shed. Now, it's where they get breakfast. This is more than just land. It's home. The Frells family runs with us on a John Deere 1 Series tractor. This land isn't the only thing that should live on for generations. Nothing runs like a Deere. Search John Deere 1 Series for more.
Visit Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown John Deere dealer today at reynoldsfarmequipment.com.
You're good at making big announcements. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
Craving comfort fresh food made from scratch daily? Check out Aspen Creek Grill. Located across from Hamilton Town Center and beside the Holiday Inn, we offer family farm-raised premium Black Agnes steaks hand-cut daily, creamy pastas, salmon chicken, and fall-off-the-bone ribs. Start with our famous powwow shrimp appetizer, and don't miss our refreshing drinks. Family-friendly or a great night out with friends. Aspen Creek Grill. Aspen Creek Grill, Noblesville. Call 317-559-3300.
Bertner Electric Incorporated has been proudly serving our residential and commercial customers with quality electrical repair for over 33 years. We are fully licensed and insured in electrical wiring and electrician service packages. You'll receive a competitive assessment whether you're a homeowner or a business owner, first-time or long-time customer. We offer free estimates for any new project. Call our licensed and experienced electricians today.
All I ever wanted was to feel loved. He said he loved me. My friends told me it wasn't a big deal. They thought he was so cool. But they didn't know what he wanted me to do.
All I ever wanted was to feel loved. You have no idea the kind of pressure I felt to take things to the next level. Things were moving so fast. I was basically the only person in the freshman class who hadn't done it yet. So we did.
I loved him.
I thought she loved me.
My health class had CPR at school. I stayed after class to talk with the instructor about it. They showed me that it didn't have to be that way.
They showed me that I get to make my own choices.
There is another way.
That's the best thing CPR gives you. Another way. A better way.
A healthy way. Sometimes you don't see it because you're in your own world, but they don't make you feel bad. They talk to you like a real person, and they save kids from really unhealthy decisions. They tell the truth, and they know what they're talking about. So yeah, my life was different. I started to choose the better way.
I honestly don't know where I'd be or what I'd be doing had it not been for CPR.
You want a career that creates experiences that are impossible to forget. By studying sports and events at IUPUI, you'll get hands-on experience in and out of the classroom. And with Indy as your classroom, there are high-profile events, sports franchises, hotels, museums, and large organizations across the city to engage, educate, and enlighten your student journey before you graduate. There isn't a better city than Indianapolis to get the experience you need to prepare you to handle any event, big or small. It all starts here.
high school sports fans, welcome back to Game Time, to pure spirits, to pure sports. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
You want a career that will transform your life while you change the lives of others by helping them live well. With a health or exercise sciences degree from IUPUI School of Health and Human Sciences, you will gain an in-depth understanding of the healthcare industry while preparing you for a variety of graduate and professional programs in health. And with Indy as your classroom, you will have clinical options within leading hospitals right in our backyard, as well as a degree from Indiana University, reputable leaders in the healthcare industry. It all starts here.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
After the Marine Corps, I was diagnosed with PTSD and became homeless for 15 years. Like a hermit living on the street, I just existed. I came to Wheeler Mission. Wheeler operates on a culture of kindness. Going through their programs reminded me that my meaning in life is to serve God. God set me free from anxiety and depression. Before Wheeler, I just existed, but today I live.
Sprinkles if you got them. Jack's Donuts, find a location near you, now.
Hey conductor, how about something new? You played this last year.
Come on, get your head out of your sacks. We're trying to hear. Well, I'm sick and tired of hearing your kid play the wrong notes. Where's my kid solo?
At least you can see your kid. Why is my kid stuck way in the back?
The conductor only plays his favorites.
I can earn that solo!
You see if I did?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to IndianaSRN. We are coming to you live from Terre Haute, Indiana, and the 2023 Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference Swimming and Diving Championships from the Vigo County Schools Aquatic Center. Thad Van Devener and Troy Darengowski here with you, and Troy setting the stage here at the Aquatic Center here in Terre Haute. We should have a pretty good night of events. We've got 6 swimming events, 1 diving event tonight. We've seen some pretty fast times in the prelims from earlier today. Should have a good evening of competition here tonight.
Well, and think about this, all started on Wednesday, and when you think about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you've gone a half a day today already in competition, and now you got to really put your best foot forward, because now it's championship time. We'll talk about the scores, I'm sure, team-wise here in a couple of moments, but you think about all you've done now for 4 days. Your routine has been changed from being in the classroom now to being here and swimming and diving. It should be a lot of fun, but boy, give these student athletes a lot of credit for being here for the championships.
Grueling championship, but then tonight, you think about it, there's conference championships on the line. There are NCAA bursts in the championship, NCAA championships on the line tonight, so a lot of things going on tonight. We'll get to the scores in just a moment, but we've seen some fast times, and we've got some swimmers that are coming back tonight that set conference championship meet records last year. They're going to try to duplicate that here tonight. Should be pretty exciting.
Well, it will be, and we'll talk about those. One that comes to mind right now is Evan Sellers. I look at his numbers already, what he's been able to accomplish coming into today's championship round, but he holds the HCAC meet record in the 1650-yard freestyle, and boy, you know how long of a race that's going to be, and that is a grueling race when you think about how long you have to go, get off to a good start, have a good finish, maintain what you're doing in the middle. So I'm going to be curious to see how he does, but he's not the only one. And the other thing I kind of noticed on some of the finals we're going to see is how many freshmen will be competing here. It's amazing the amount of freshmen that we're going to see in this championship round. All these schools have a lot of very, very good student athletes for first year.
You think about conference championships, you think about senior leadership, you think about upperclassmen who have been here, done that before. Not necessarily the case here tonight. You mentioned a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores are going to be in the mix for some conference titles tonight. Let's get to the scores where we sit at right now through 38 events total over the week that Troy was describing. We'll start on the women's side. Right now, Franklin College leading the way in first place, 596 points total up to now. Transylvania in second with 492. Rose-Hulman in third with 418. So very tight there between second and third. Anderson sits in fourth place. Manchester in fifth, and Hanover in sixth. Those bottom three also really bunched up in the point scoring. So we'll see if anyone can make a move, try to get into that top four on the women's side. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman, the Fighting Engineers, lead the way. 612 points already for Rose-Hulman. Franklin College sits in second at 504. Then a little bit of a drop-off there as we get to Transylvania at third, 250 points. Manchester in fourth, 197. Anderson in fifth, 188. Hanover sits in sixth, and Bluffton sits in seventh. So, Troy, when you look at on the women's side, it's really kind of two tiers right now. You have the upper three and the bottom three, if you will. Franklin, Transylvania, Rose-Hulman, the top three right now. Anderson, Manchester, and Hanover kind of in that second tier. On the men's side, it's almost kind of like three groupings, if you will. Rose-Hulman and Franklin have really racked up a lot of points so far in the competition. 612 for Rose-Hulman with, as we talked about, 6 swimming events and a diving event to come. They're going to put up a boatload of points over the week. And then Transylvania, Manchester, and Anderson all bunched up there trying to fight to get that third position here in the standings.
Yeah, and you look at, they're both defending champions too, so it really makes a big difference. They had that championship pedigree coming into the swim meet as it was anyway. But again, the amount of points they piled up until now is incredible. And so you don't want to say, listen, everybody else is swimming for second place, but it's going to take a really, really strong effort to get to that top spot because of what they have returning for the championship round and what they've accomplished already.
And the biggest key in swimming, we talked about it off air before we came on for the little pregame show here, but the biggest thing in swimming is not always finishing in first. It's how your overall team does to rack up the total amount of points that you can, and we'll see that as we get into the events later on this evening. Multiple events with several Franklin swimmers, several Transylvania swimmers in there. So they're just eating it, even if they don't come in first. If you're getting second, third, and fourth, those are a ton of points for your squad.
Yeah, and I'm glad you explained that because, again, a lot of times you think, well, just because you finish in first place, yeah, you'll get points. But if you're the only one in the top 7, 8, whatever it may be, then all of a sudden you find yourself looking at maybe another team has 4 swimmers there. They pile up the points, and that's how you end up like these 2 leaders have done so far.
Yeah, so just a reminder, Franklin College leading the way right now with 596 on the women's side. On the men's side, it is Rose-Hulman, 612 points so far in the competition. Tonight we'll go through our events that will be on the docket. A reminder here, in a couple of moments, in about 2 to 3 minutes, we will have a senior recognition ceremony here that the HCAC is putting on. They are going to recognize every competing senior for each of the universities that are here. It's going to be a pretty sweet moment. And then we've got the parents of all the swimmers here in the other corner. So a nice little send-off, if you will, for those senior athletes. But as we are looking at the events for tonight, we will start off with the mile swim, the 1650 freestyle. That'll be on, and all of these events will be women's first, followed by the men's event. Then we will go into the 200 backstroke, the 100 free, the 200 breaststroke, the 200 butterfly, and then we will cap things off with the 400 freestyle relay. Before we get to the relay, we will have the men's 3-meter diving competition as well. And as we look at the diving competition, so far we've got a couple of qualifiers, but through the prelims, it is Gage Creech from Franklin, the senior, who leads all divers right now. They will come back for 6 dives in the evening session, but in the prelims, he racked up 485 points, a really impressive performance for Gage. He's got a 120-point advantage over the next closest competitor there, so we'll talk more diving when we get there. We're going to get you set for the senior acknowledgement here in just a moment, but Troy, overall, as the crowd starts to come in here, pretty packed house here in Terre Haute for this. Should be a pretty lively atmosphere here this evening.
Yeah, it will be. Once that competition begins, and then you see things really ramp up, and it'll be fun to listen to the fans. The teammates will be cheering on their teammates. And again, with it being senior day as well, I am proud to be here and be a part of what they're going to honor all these student athletes that have made it to their senior year. And you just kind of think about all the practices you've gone through, all the competitions you've been through, and this might be it. For a lot of them, it will be. This will be their last competitive swimming that they will do. They'll get their degree. They'll move on to what we call regular life then and join the rest of us in what we do. But what they've been able to accomplish in the 4 years is amazing.
Talk a little bit about the facility, and I think it should be noted, a great job by the HCAC to find a facility that is a neutral site for all the competing institutions that are here. This is a pretty new building that was built here in Terre Haute, Indiana, and here on the western side of the state. And it's done a lot for the community. It's done a lot for the swim programs here around Terre Haute. But I think it's great to have a neutral venue for a conference championship like this, so you don't have that home pool experience for one of the institutions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you mentioned there's the four high schools that swim here, and plus you also have Indiana State that swims here as well. So being able to do this is a big honor for the community.
We're going to get ready for the senior recognition ceremony, so we will sign off momentarily. We'll get you down to the pool deck, and then we'll get you set here with some coaches' interviews in just a few minutes.
Our next senior from Anderson is an electrical engineering major from Malaga, Minnesota, David Lang. Our next senior from Anderson is a major in athletic training from McCordsville, Indiana, Allie Striggy. Our last senior from Anderson is a biology major with concentration on pre-med from New Palestine, Indiana, Anthony Stoll. Our senior from Bluffton is a psychology and social work major from Lima, Honduras, Alejandra Valenzuela. Our first senior from Franklin College is an exercise science major from Charlestown, Indiana, Cameron Case. Our next senior from Franklin is a business major from Franklin, Indiana, Gage Creech. Our next senior is from Franklin. From Port Neches, Texas, a psychology major, Vincent Fletcher. An elementary education major from San Bernardino, California, Cameron Gilbreth. Our next senior from Franklin, a sports communications major from Noblesville, Indiana, Kyle Hazlett.
It's hotter up here.
And next from Franklin, an exercise science major from Greenwood, Indiana, Faith Jackson.
Yes.
Next from Franklin, an exercise science major from Wonder Lake, Illinois, Callie McCafferty. Our next senior from Franklin, a 380 riding major from Indianapolis, Indiana, Logan Parker. Our last senior from Franklin, an exercise science major from Greensburg, Indiana, Rebecca Pfeiffer. Our senior from Hanover College, a biology major from Hebron, Kentucky, Elise Anderson. From Manchester, a sociology major from Indianapolis, Indiana, Micaiah Auerbach. Also from Manchester, a digital media major from Tifton, Indiana, Mackenzie Hoover. Now from Rose-Hulman, a chemical engineering major from Winchester, Indiana, Brooke Covert.
Yes, right.
Also from Rose-Hulman, a mechanical engineering major from Orland Park, Illinois, Therese Jagger. from Rose-Hulman, a biochemistry major from Plainfield, Indiana, Tori Kinnaman. Next from Rose-Hulman, a biomedical engineering major, and from my hometown, Paris, Illinois, Chloe Kasumpis. And next from Rose-Hulman, a computer engineering major from Rosedale, Indiana, Caden Lindsay. Our next senior from Rose-Hulman, a computer science major from Shrub Oak, New York, Ryan Mikulik. Our next senior from Rose-Hulman, a computer engineering major from Sunnyvale, or software engineering major from Sunnyvale, California, Michael Nixon. Next, a computer engineering major from Woodbridge, Virginia, Natalia Prumpers. Next from Rose-Hulman, a mechanical engineering major from Lakewood, Ohio, Hayden Walter. Our last senior from Rose-Hulman, an electrical engineering major from Brownsburg, Indiana, Aria Ziegler. from Transylvania, an international affairs major from Alpharetta, Georgia, Grayson Bray. Our next senior from Transylvania, a biology major from Scottsville, Kentucky, Rachel Foster. Next is a sociology major from Lexington, Kentucky, Kiki Higgins. Next is an accounting major from Lexington, Kentucky, Connor Hood. Next is a biology major from Union, Kentucky, Carter McIntyre. Next is a neuroscience major from Shelbyville, Indiana, Sammy Monarch. Next, we have an International Affairs and Spanish major from Berwyn, Pennsylvania, Sophie Ritzenthaler. And our last senior, a political science major from Arlington, Texas, Isabel Sontag.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
My name is Brittany. A little thing I love about the Egg White Grill is the toasty English muffin. It's toasted perfectly. It's just a little crispy, but not like hard crispy, but just crispy enough that when you bite into it, everything is perfect.
My name is Curtis, and I love the Egg White Grill because the egg itself, it's like soft and fluffy, like a pillow. I wouldn't eat my pillow, but I'd eat the Chick-fil-A breakfast egg white sandwich for sure.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Competition pool is open. The competition pool is open for warm-up.
Toxic freak.
Is there a lifeguard for the diving well yet?
She's looking over at you and see what's over there.
No, she's down there. Diving well is also open for practice now. Diving well is open for warm-up.
Back here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center here in Terre Haute, Indiana. Thad Van Dievener here with a couple of swimmers from Anderson University, Heather and Noah. And first of all, Heather, take us through your meet so far. You mentioned to me a couple of personal records already.
Yes, I've been doing very well. All the hard work has definitely been paying off. I've got some personal bests in my breaststroke, and I broke my school record too. But it's been a lot of fun, especially being together with the team.
All right, Noah, what's on deck for you here this evening?
Pretty much about the same. Coming in, I didn't really think I would do anything special, and everything's just going my way. I've got 2 school records already on top of a relay one. I've dropped tons of time in every single event, and I just couldn't be happier to be here with my team and be here doing as well as I am.
All right, you guys have swam all season long, right? You've tried to progress yourself, right? You want to peak at the right time, right, here at the conference championship. So how do you go about setting personal records at this moment in your season?
So just eating right, and definitely, at least for me, I'm a night swimmer, so finals, that's when usually I swim my best. And I have to have that self-confidence and believe in myself that I can be faster, and usually, and hopefully it will show up.
Noah, how about you?
Pretty much about the same, just trying to eat everything right, and coming in with all those nerves, I'm really trying to use that adrenaline in my races coming in for the first time. So,
all right, what events are we swimming this evening?
I will be doing the 200 breaststroke and the 4 free relay.
Noah, how about you?
I'll be in the 200 backstroke and the 4 free relay as well.
All right, we're going to let these guys get in the pool and warm up. Thank you so much. Congratulations so far, and we expect some good swims out of you guys tonight.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on IndianaSRN.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Back here at the Aquatic Center in Terre Haute, Thad Van Dievener here with you. I've got Gage Creech and I've got Faith Jackson here with me from Franklin College. And Gage, for you, you've got a pretty big night ahead, don't you?
Yeah, I do. 3-meter finals are coming up. It'll be right before the 400 free relay. and I'm excited to get on and hopefully increase my score from prelims.
All right, so you've got 6 dives on deck for this evening, right?
Yep.
All right, so where's your mindset right now? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Walk us through where you're at right now.
I'm very excited. I had a really good prelim score, so my goal is just to improve from that. I'm just excited to get up there and hopefully tighten up a couple of those dives that maybe fell a tad short of what I'd hoped for, and really pull out some big scores tonight.
All right, while Gage is getting himself prepared, let's talk to Faith. Faith had an awesome meet on the 2 different platforms here this week, I guess, for the HCAC championship. Walk us through your championships.
Yeah, so on Wednesday night we arrived, and then we had women's 3-meter, which is the first time we've done that at the HCAC. Normally we practice on Wednesday night and then go from there. So it was kind of nerve-wracking to compete the day of, but then I also liked getting it over with. I felt really rested that day, got the job done on 3-meter, but I'm not super satisfied with my performance. And then same thing on Friday with 1-meter. I'm just soaking up the experience for my senior year, and the real challenge is at regionals on February 23rd and 24th, and we'll be at the University of Chicago to hopefully secure some spots at nationals.
All right, so having the competition here this weekend at kind of a neutral site, right? Is that helpful for you guys? Would you prefer to dive at home in kind of your own environment, or what do you think about kind of having the neutral pool experience?
Well, I love it here. I've always loved this pool. The boards are great. I actually prefer these boards. Probably some of the best I've dove on all season, and they just feel so much better. I like also going away from home. It kind of takes you out of your comfort zone a little bit. I've begun to feel quite comfortable here, but just the experience of leaving and making an event out of it, a weekend, it's a lot more special.
Faith, how about you?
Yeah, so, as seniors, I guess we're super familiar with this location, so there's some familiarity, but again, I think it's just leaving, like Gage said, getting on boards that aren't your own kind of tells your body it's go time, it's ready to do what you prepared all season to do, rather than just staying in your comfort zone. So I think that nervousness is really good in competition.
All right, a couple of Johnson County kids, right, kind of stayed at home at Franklin College. What's been your experience at Franklin College?
I've loved Franklin College. I knew I wanted to go to Franklin the second I took my visit. I really meshed well with the team, and honestly, that's the main reason I chose it, was the team, and that's the reason I still stick with it today. I love this team. There's a lot of good camaraderie. The guys' team is really close. The girls' team is really close, and these are going to be the people that I still talk to and I'm good friends with after college. So that's the main reason that I chose Franklin, and I'm very happy that I did.
Yeah, I'm an exercise science major at Franklin College, and our program is sort of notorious in our conference, just in other liberal arts colleges. So I'm really glad that I chose Franklin. I hopefully can apply to become a physician's assistant, and Franklin also has a program there, so I'm glad that I've kind of already been there for undergrad. Yeah, just the liberal arts experience and learning how to communicate with people and just have your own little world on a small campus is really nice. Even though the area is familiar, I say if you don't go home, you don't go home. It doesn't matter how far away you are. And so I'm glad that I still have people like Gage and people that are familiar from our hometown, but I've definitely had a really great college experience no matter how far away we are.
Well, Faith, congratulations on I know you swam in an event that's not normally right up your alley, I guess, but a little bit of fun here. And Gage, good luck this evening. 6 big dives coming. We anticipate you'll do a nice job.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
We'll be right back here on IndianaSRN.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Back here on the pool deck, Thad Van Ewert. I got 3 seniors here with me from Rose-Hulman, kind of a home game for them, if you will, just across town. I've got Aria, Natalia, and Brooke here with me. They're going to kind of talk us through everything that's happened on the meet so far and kind of their careers at Rose-Hulman. Aria, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so the meet so far has been really great. A lot of our girls are swimming really well, a lot of best times. We've got some history, too, with Kate winning first for the 400 IM, and we're pretty excited for tonight. People are going to do pretty well, especially Natalia and Brooke right here, so pretty excited for tonight.
All right, Natalia, what events are you swimming this evening?
I just had the 200 backstroke and the 400 freestyle relay, so I'm really excited, and I'm hoping I do really well.
How's the meet gone so far for you?
It's actually gone pretty well. I mean, I can't complain. This is the best I've done since I've been at Rose, and I actually did a lifetime best yesterday, which is first for a while for me, so I'm pretty happy with how I've been doing, and everyone else has been doing fantastic as well.
All right, Brooke, how about you? What's on deck for you this evening?
Yeah, I have the 200 fly and the 400 relay, and that's it.
All right, guys, senior year, right? Your last conference championship experience. So what has this 4 years at Rose kind of meant to you, and then like kind of capping it off here at this huge meet?
Well, it's meant a lot. It's been a bit of a struggle. I didn't think I'd make it all 4 years on the team, but I'm glad I've stuck it out, especially with these guys who've been here together all 4 years. So it's been fun to make these great friendships and have a good time with the team.
Natalia, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, these 4 years have been, more amazing than I could have expected, to be honest. And I'm happy I stuck through it as well. And I thought I'd be really happy to leave, but it's actually kind of emotional being almost done. Like, this is our last meet, so, I'm really happy that we can be here.
Brooke?
No, it's been really good, especially like coming in as freshmen. We had a really small team, and we've grown, and like we're really competitive now, which is really nice to see.
All right, so you guys, as I talked about, kind of just across town for you guys to get over here to the pool. Do you kind of like having that experience, or would you prefer to be kind of on an actual kind of road trip for the conference championship?
I personally like it, especially with where we are with our school, because we are pretty close to finals, so it's nice to have to not leave and go too far, because if we still need to go to a couple classes or make up exams, then we still have the opportunity. So,
yeah, it's really great having this really close, and Vigo's a great pool. Ever since they made it and we were able to swim here, it's been fantastic having the opportunity.
Brooke, how about you?
Definitely a lot more flexibility having it like close by Rose, but of course I think it would be nice to be away, just so sometimes you can like get your mind off of school since you're stuck here. So.
All right, so we've already got a lifetime best. Hopefully we'll see some more of that here this evening for you guys. First of all, best of luck. Congratulations on great careers, and good luck this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be right back here at IndianaSRN.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Back here in Terre Haute, HCAC Swim and Dive Championships. I'm here with a couple of representatives from Hanover College. I've got Jay and Elise. We're going to start with Elise. Elise, before we came on, you said the meet's been very good for you. Explain to us why it's been so good to you.
Well, very good as in I was able to break my freshman records that I set for the school this year. I am a senior, so this is kind of my last hurrah, so it was really exciting that I got to break those records and overall have a really amazing time with my teammates.
Jay, when you look at the team, how have things gone this week for Hanover?
They've gone pretty much exactly like we were hoping to. It's my first year at Hanover, so typically can go one of 2 directions, and it went. They bought in, and this week has been great. So I've had some great swims. I think we were up to 4 school records broken, and so it's been a great time. Yeah.
All right, so I've been asking this question a little bit. So you've got all season, right? You're preparing, and you want to peak at the right time at the end of the season. How have you guys been able to do that? Obviously with your personal records, and then Jay, like you said, kind of getting your team ready to go here with some records.
I guess Coach has been he's been working us hard. Like during Christmas break, at one point we did 10,000 yards and has been gradually building us down from there. And during taper, we started about 2 weeks out. So that's and then we built down from there. And that's how we were able to get into peak performance right on time for this weekend.
Yeah, and Jay, as a coach, how do you try to format that when you're practicing and meets and everything to get everyone kind of primed for the conference championship and then going into NCAAs?
Really it's just about continuing to work hard, put that 100% effort into practice and the meets. Swim tired, but try to swim your best when you're tired. And, like Lee said, over Christmas we have training week. That's kind of our hell week, I guess if you want to call it that. So that really gets them prepared for the back half of the season, where from there on it kind of seems like it's downhill. And then we jump into taper, and I think we hit it just about right. So worked out well.
All right, Elise, what's on tap for you here this evening?
I'm in the 100 freestyle final, and then I'm also in the 400 freestyle relay with my other teammates tonight to kind of finish off my career.
All right, Jay, what do we look for here from Hanover here this evening?
Well, we're looking for, I think we've got the possibility of a couple of school records maybe going down. Elise is seated second in the 100 free, so looking for a great finish there. A number 2 would be great, but a first finish would be a perfect way to finish off this season. So I think it's going to be a great night.
Yeah, no pressure, at least, right? I mean, no pressure.
Go out and do it. 100% effort.
All right, well, guys, first of all, congratulations on a great meet. Best of luck this evening. Elise, we'll be pulling for you there in your final 2 events here at Hanover College.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on IndianaSRN. Back here at the pool in Terre Haute, Indiana, HCAC Swim and Dive Championships. The Advent Evening. I'm here with Ashlyn from Manchester College, and Ashlyn was just informing me that so far her meet's gone very well here in Terre Haute.
Yes, that's correct, and our team is doing amazing too. So far, our boys have broken over 12 school records.
All right, Ashlyn, what's on deck for you here this evening?
I'm here in the finals for the 100 free, and I will be in the 400 free relay for our team as well.
All right, you mentioned all of the records that have been falling for Manchester. I've been asking a lot of the teams this. How do you guys get yourself prepared to try to peak at the right time of the year here at the end of the season?
Well, our coaches always tell us that taper starts on day 1. So you always give your all in the pool on the first day and all through season. And you also just got to treat your body right by eating well. And it's also staying in the right mindset.
Ashlyn, what events have you swam so far in the conference championship, and then what do you have this evening?
I've swam the 50 free, the 200 free relay, the 200 medley relay, and the 100 breast.
All right, and then what should we look for from Manchester here tonight?
Honestly, just look for great attitudes, and I think we're going to be swimming great. You're going to see us out there, and we're going to be swimming as hard as we can.
I've heard this before in swimming culture. Sometimes they say there are fast pools, right? Do you feel like this pool here in Terre Haute is a fast pool?
I'd say it's pretty fast pool. There's a lot of wave and wake, so it's kind of hard to stay in it with the water being that rough. It's a little cold today too, but nothing you can't handle when you're swimming.
All right, Ashlyn, thank you so much for your time, and we look for some big swims for you here this evening.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. We'll be right back here on IndianaSRN.
You're good at making big announcements. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back here in Terre Haute, HCAC Swim and Dive Championships here on IndianaSRN. I'm here with a couple of representatives from Transylvania. First of all, Coach Dave Doolin, it's his 6th year at the helm here at Transylvania. And first of all, talk us through the meet so far for you guys, and then let us know what we expect from your team this evening.
Well, we've done a really good job. I think our biggest thing is our energy. When our energy level is high, then we swim well, and that's what we've been doing so far. So the goal tonight will be continue to have that good energy, and good things usually happen.
All right, no pressure here, but I've got the #1 seeded 100 freestyler here next to me. So right now, what are you feeling? Do you have nerves? Is it excitement? Are you calm? Kind of walk me through your mindset right now.
It is as equally exciting as it is bittersweet, knowing that it's my last individual event, but I know what I need to do. I've trained for this moment, so I'm excited to get at it.
And then when you're getting yourself prepared for 100 free, obviously seeded first, seeded 8th, it wouldn't really matter, right? How do you try to get yourself in that zone during warm-ups and then right before you hit the starting block?
I mean, warm-ups is just continue to do what I knew at practice. Practice the turns, practice the starts. The underwaters have to be crucial. And then right before the race, just kind of, get in the best mental mindset as I can. And then I'm ready to go.
All right, Dave, we're here in Terre Haute. You guys have been here for a few days now for the championship. What do you guys think about the Aquatic Center, first of all, having kind of a neutral pool, if you will, for everyone, and then just walk me through the week?
This pool's, we've only been here since this conference has started, and it's great. They run a great meet. The facility's nice. The kids love it. I mean, we come here, we stay 5 minutes from here. It's all really compact, and it's easy to get to, and the kids love swimming here.
I've been asking a lot of people this, and it's hard to do, but how do you try to get your team to peak at the right time of the season, right at the end when you get into the conference championship and then maybe even looking forward to NCAA?
Well, I think it's a process, right? And as long as the kids and the athletes understand the process and buy into the process, it always seems to work.
All right, now we mentioned that, it's your last conference meet. Walk us through your experience of your 4 years at Transylvania. What are you going to take away from your career at Transylvania that you think you can put into your personal life and your career after this?
I mean, it's always just being flexible and learn to value where you're at, within the moment. I think, we faced a lot of challenges throughout my time within my 4 years. Learning to be flexible with, we tried a new training technique that really helped me out, but you had to trust the process, and also just swimming's hard. You go through a lot of peaks and valleys with it, but, if you don't value where you're at, you can't learn from it. So just valuing it and being flexible.
Dave, you got some seniors on the squad. What kind of senior leadership have you gotten from them? And then obviously, like she had mentioned before, a little bit bittersweet, right? You try to peak at the right time, and then that after this meet, for some of them, it's the last time they're going to be in the pool.
It's tough, to be honest with you. I mean, we have a great group of seniors, and they lead by example. If they get in there, they trust the process, they work their butts off. And I think that's the hardest part as a coach. When you have those type of seniors and you lose them, you hope that the next group steps up. And that's what the plan is, right? That's what these seniors have done, is they've kind of helped those people be able to take their spot when they're gone. It's a tough thing, to be honest.
Could be a couple tears shed later tonight, possibly, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Guaranteed that, yes. The bus ride home will be a little, it'll be tough.
Weepy.
A little tough, yeah.
A little weepy, I like that. All right, well, I'm going to let you guys get back to warm-ups. Good luck this evening in your competition for both of you. Good luck to the team. We'll be right back here on IndianaSRN.
Your hauling or moving project has arrived, and College Hunks Hauling, Junk, and Moving has you covered. Honest. Uniformed. Nice. Knowledgeable. Service. College Hunks Hauling, Junk, and Moving.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
back here at the Vigo County Aquatic Center in Terre Haute, Indiana. Thad Van Deventer and Troy Darengowski here with you, getting set. You can see warm-ups happening here for the HCAC Swim and Dive Championships. A good moment, a couple of good moments earlier, chatting with some of the coaches and the athletes that will be competing here this evening. And Troy, let's go back to those interviews for just a moment. I want to highlight a couple of people that we spoke with. Let's go to the Franklin College student athletes that we spoke with, Faith Jackson and Gage Creech, both of them divers. Gage is after the prelims. He's in first place right now going into the finals tonight. He's got 6 dives left. Faith was victorious on the women's side for diving, and it was just kind of cool talking to them. Gage is actually from Franklin, Indiana, and went to Franklin College. Faith is from Greenwood, Indiana, so just went down the street to Franklin. They were kind of talking about how cool of an experience it was to stay close to home, but then also get an experience at a campus like Franklin where everyone is so engaged. And so it was a lot less about swimming and diving in that point, but a little bit more about these young adults, kind of how they're kind of forming themselves, right, and growing up right before your eyes. Both of them seniors getting ready to go off kind of into the real world of you. It was really cool to talk to them about that.
And you're right. If you've ever been to Franklin College, what a great atmosphere it is for all their athletic programs. And I've had a chance to go down there a couple of times, football, basketball, and they do it right. I mean, they just know how to take these student athletes, help them grow, knowing that eventually the athletic career is going to come to an end, though enjoy it while you have it now, but then prepare for, again, what's going to be happening afterwards. And, and you're right. You can't beat this facility. I heard the coaches talk about the student athletes love coming here because of what they have built here. And that is special. You know what? I got to add one other thing is I was standing there waiting for the next group to come along. You could hear student athletes from Rose-Hulman talking to those from Franklin, and Franklin talking to Transylvania. I mean, they've seen each other so much. They kind of know each other, and though they want to compete and they want to win, they also know there's a lifetime friendship here as well that they can certainly come away with for years to come. That's
what I was going to say. You're not only building from on your own team, you're building friendships from people on other teams, and you're kind of growing your network organically, if you will, right? And you're kind of just spreading your wings and spreading that feeling out across. And a couple of other people that I spoke with, Aria and Natalia and Brooke from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, and all 3 of them seniors, all 3 of them talking about kind of their career arcs. Have they been a little bit different? And some of them, a couple of them, Natalia set a couple of lifetime bests this week in her competition, and Aria was talking about how she wasn't sure if she was going to make it 4 years on the swim team, and now here she is, getting ready to graduate here in really a few weeks if you think about it. But how their experience on the swim team has kind of elevated their collegiate experience, if you will, and then also how they've made these friendships, that are going to last, for years to come.
Well, you think, and we talked about this, I guess, in the pre-swim before the interviews and the senior recognition, that you've put in a lot of time in that water, and sometimes early in the morning, sometimes later, and sometimes maybe you put in more hours than the next guy. You always think about when Larry Bird was playing basketball, he was always thinking what other person was practicing more than him, and he wanted to practice more than that guy. So you can't just take time off, and it takes a lot of dedication to be a college student athlete because you have to do it in the classroom. You still want to have some kind of a social life, but you got to put hours and hours of work into the pool. And I would imagine, too, if I were a freshman or a sophomore and you're thinking, all right, my junior year's coming, do I want to do this again? It takes dedication to do and to be an athlete of any level, but you've got to put the time in, and that's why they're so successful for the most part when they get out, because they know there are no shortcuts. If you're going to do it right, you better do it right from the very beginning. And I think that's what the coaches and these colleges and universities instill in them.
You were talking, the Larry Bird example was great. I take pride in that myself. I try to never stop talking because I always want to be ready to go. You're lucky that I'm letting you chime in today, Troy, to be honest. I'm kidding. But no, and we heard some of the athletes talk about that. They were. I was asking the same question over and over to see if we would get different answers, right? How do you try to get yourself and your athletes, if I was talking to a coach, to peak at the right time? You want to peak at the end of the season when you get to the conference championships and you're getting ready for the NCAAs, and almost every team that came through, they were talking about you got to push yourself hard from day one of the season. You know, you can't kind of coast for a month or two and then try to elevate and flip that switch. If you, it's not always going to be there. You got to be ready on day one. And when I was talking to Jay, the head coach at Hanover, he was talking about how they pushed from day one, but they had what they kind of termed Hell Week, which is a week in December where they went hard, and they've been tapering ever since because they tried to map it out on the calendar to be at their prime level right here for this meet. It's really cool to kind of talk about the science of swimming, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that can calculate in all sports. You find out what you're made of at the beginning of the year, and you do push them very hard because you know that bottom line is, again, somebody else is doing either the same thing or something better. I've always said to the basketball players that I coached, somebody is always going to be better than you, so you better be better than them when you meet because they're trying to beat you. I mean, let's face it, you're in this, it's competition. You want to win. That's what it's all about. So you got to find a way, like you said, you got to find a way. When can we peak? Then we'll taper off. Same thing, you cut back on hours in practice so they'll be fresh and ready to go. And there is something different when you think about tournament time. Regular season is regular season. You want to win whatever it is that's there in front of you. But tournament time or championship time like now has a different feel to it. And when you walk into a place like this, you just know the vibe is a little bit different.
Yeah, you can always feel it, right? Like you talk about non-conference games. Important.
Yeah.
But there's a difference when you go from a non-conference meet or a non-conference game to when you go to a conference game.
Yeah.
Right, and that gets elevated. Or you go to a rivalry, right, and it gets elevated a little bit. Then you get to where they're crowning champions, and it gets taken up another notch, right? You can really sense it, and we can feel it here in the building here this evening.
Well, and here's the other thing. As I said, when they were talking with one another, they know each other pretty well. They see these stat sheets. They know who's doing what. And if I see down here I got to swim at 255, whatever, well, then I better get ready because that other person is swimming at 227 maybe, and I've got to elevate myself. And so, listen, it's the way it is in sports. You know those rivalries. You know the other team members. You know even the other team really, really well, especially if you're a senior, you've been going against them for 4 years.
Yeah, talking to some of the student athletes down there, one, they know what seed they are in their heats.
Yeah.
And then two, they know who's seated next to them.
Yeah.
And they know what lane they're going to be in. And so they know, hey, I'm Thad. I know I got to beat Troy in the next lane to me, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go at him really hard. I'm going to try to get off the block and get off flying.
Yeah, and there's really not much else you can do because I can't see the person two from me, so I really got to focus. And as you said, the number 5 lane is the lane, but you got those two right next to you. I think that's kind of a lot of pressure when you think about it. I got the 2 next best ones right next to me, and knowing that I'm in the middle of them. You know, I mean, that's, to me, it's just kind of daunting a little bit that I've got those right next to me going the distance they go. So it should be fun to watch.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to reset everything here at the HCAC Championship. We'll get you caught up on scores, and we'll look ahead at some of the events that we'll be having here tonight. I'm Thad Van Emer. This is Troy Darengowski. We'll be right back here at the HCAC Swim and Dive Championships from Terre Haute, Indiana, live here on IndianaSRN.
You're good at keeping the car clean. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
So I stopped in at Chick-fil-A for lunch and saw Officer Wilson come in. I decided to place a dine-in mobile order and have a cookie delivered to him just to show appreciation for his service for our community.
A few minutes later, I noticed that Officer Wilson had gotten up and left, and I knew he hadn't gotten his cookie yet.
I'm headed to my car. I turn around and I see Allie, and she's running after me.
Mr. Police Officer, Mr. Police Officer.
Usually when someone yells, officer, officer, they want to ask me about a ticket they got. I absolutely wanted the cookie. This cookie is delicious.
Back poolside, Thad Van Devener and Troy Darengowski here getting you set for the finals here of the HCAC Swimming and Diving Championship. And Troy, let's take this opportunity to kind of catch everyone up on where we stand team-wise coming into the last few events of the meet. Let's start on the women's side. Right now leading the way is Franklin College. 596 points they have accumulated so far. Transylvania, 492 points. Rose-Hulman in third, 418. Anderson sits in fourth. Manchester in fifth. And Hanover in sixth. And as we talked about in the Open, Franklin College with a lead, 596 to 492. Rose-Hulman in third at 418. They really have their sights set on Transylvania there in second place. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman leads the way, 612 points already for the Fighting Engineers. Franklin College in second, 504. Transylvania in third. Manchester in fourth. Anderson in fifth. Hanover in sixth. And Bluffton in seventh. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman looks like they are going to be tough to catch with only 7 events remaining here this evening. Franklin, though, that 504 points with a huge swim tonight. Maybe they push Rose-Hulman for the top spot. It's really down to a 2-team race on the men's side between Rose and Franklin. And Troy, when we kind of talk about the points, we talked about this early on. It's not necessarily always having the winner in each event. It's how many swimmers can you get into the finals and how many swimmers can you get that earn points for you, because every point counts, and it's a totality of points. If you're advancing 2 to 3 swimmers into the finals and you're racking up those points, it gives your team a huge advantage.
Yeah, on the women's side, I don't know that anybody right now is going to catch Franklin, and that's a pretty big lead going into the last few events. On the men's side, it's still, I think you're the defending champions, Rose-Hulman. They're going to be really, really tough to beat because of the amount of swimmers, as you alluded to a moment ago, that are going to be in the finals. So you're kind of looking, I'm not saying that you're going to swim for second place or third place, but it appears that's kind of the situation right now. But there's no way right now that Transylvania is going to catch Franklin, even on the men's side. So I think that's kind of set in stone right here, but we'll keep an eye on Transylvania and Rose on the women's side for second and third.
Our events coming up this evening, we're going to have the mile, a 1650-yard freestyle. That's going to lead us off. Then we'll go to the 200 backstroke. The 100 free will follow that. After that, we will have the 200 breaststroke, the 200 butterfly, and then we'll cap things off with the 400-yard freestyle relay. Before we get to the relay, we will finish the men's 3-meter diving competition. On that side, we have 7 divers that'll have 6 dives in the prelims. We are led right now in the diving event by Gage Creech, the senior at Franklin College. We spoke to him a couple of minutes ago. He was overly excited about his opportunity here. He felt that he dove really well in the prelims and thinks he can come back and do even better with the 6 dives he's got left to try to capture a championship. Another note here on the events that are coming up, we've got a couple of swimmers that are going to be in the pool that set meet records last year in the same event. One of those is Evan Sellers in the 1650 free on the men's side. Last year he swam a 16-minute, 7-second, 32 thousandths of a second on his 1650. His qualifying time was 16:22, so we'll see if he's able to elevate his game here this evening to try to reach that mark. In the 200 women's butterfly, Samantha Phillips last year swam a 2:08.53. In her prelim, she swam 2:11.44, so she's right there in the range, the sophomore at Franklin, trying to go after that record. And also in the 200 butterfly on the men's side, Cosmo Wojak, he swam a 1:50.97 last year. In the prelims, he swam a 1:53.39, so again, just 3 seconds off, right in that range to try to go after his own meet record. And one note on the relay for Rose-Hulman, last year their team swam a 3:02.74, their qualifying time 3:06.36, so that's another record that we have kind of in the crosshairs tonight that could go down here at the HCAC meet. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to break for about 10 minutes. When we come back, we'll get everything reset. Action set to start in the pool at approximately 5:30 here in Terre Haute. We'll be right back with you here on Indiana SRN.
You're good at keeping the car clean. at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
So I stopped in at Chick-fil-A for lunch and saw Officer Wilson come in. I decided to place a dine-in mobile order and have a cookie delivered to him just to show appreciation for his service for our community.
A few minutes later, I noticed that Officer Wilson had gotten up and left, and I knew he hadn't gotten his cookie yet.
And I'm headed to my car. I turn around and I see Allie, and she's running after me.
Mr. Police Officer, Mr. Police Officer.
Usually when someone yells officer, officer, they want to ask me about a ticket they got. I absolutely wanted the cookie. This cookie's delicious.
Competition tool will close in 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@IndianaSRN.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
This must be the final night of competition. This time around, the women's 1650 finalists to make your way to the ready room, please. The women's 1650 finalists, make your way to the ready room.
Myers, Vice President of IndianaSRN. Thanks for joining us. Do you know IndianaSRN broadcasts 350 games a year? All sorts of sports? Yeah, we do. Hard to believe, isn't it? IndianaSRN loves to put student athletes first on our website. If you're a business out there, we probably could help you too. Contact us at coach@IndianaSRN.org. Grandma from out of state thanks you. Mom and Dad who can't get to the game thanks you as well. In fact, our athletes watch the games over and over again. Our military has enjoyed the games as well. So sit back and enjoy the game. It's IndianaSRN.
Back in Terre Haute, HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships. Final night of competition here, and we'll have our first bit of competition starting in about 5 minutes. That'll be our 1650 freestyle on the women's side, followed by the 1650 free on the men's side. Thad Van Dievener and Troy Darengowski here with you, and we've kind of set the scene a little bit. We know what's happening tonight. We've seen the teams now kind of getting themselves jacked up, a little liveliness. Crowd is pretty much at capacity here, Troy. I don't know if there's a seat available, to be honest with you. So really, really good vibes here in the Vigo Schools Corporation Aquatic Center here in Terre Haute.
Well, you heard the public address announcer say, well, it must be the last night of competition, and it is. And that's why everybody's adrenaline is flowing a little bit more now, because we're closer and closer. You know, the hardest thing, I think, for any competition is if I have to wait until maybe the third or fourth, and then because you're so amped up already, you want to get out there and compete, but you got to wait. That means you control yourself, keep yourself certainly focused in and what you have to do in your event. And you're right, there are a couple of seats here. And they're right behind us, but let me tell you what, they're not going to anybody unless we get a really good price for them. The one thing about being in here right now is with the more people have come in, it is very warm in here. I don't think the swimmers are going to mind too much, but we understand that at one point the heater out of the pool had failed, and they got the water to maintain its temperature, which is really good news for the swimmers. But they aren't going to need a whole lot of warm-up time jumping into that water because it's very, very warm in this facility.
We're going to step aside here momentarily. When we get back, we'll have you all set for competition here on IndianaSRN.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back poolside, Thad Van Dievener and Troy Darengowski with you. And Troy, as we were talking about, we just had the national anthem play here within the facility with the teams. Now it's a little bit of the calm before the storm, if you will. We saw the teams really get amped up. We talked to some of the coaches. We talked to some of the student athletes a little bit earlier. Now everyone's kind of getting that zone, right? You're trying to get your game face on and get as prepared as you can in the next 2 to 3 minutes before competition starts.
And that's a hard thing, especially if you're a young athlete and you haven't been on this stage before, which there are, again, as we said earlier in the broadcast, there's a lot of freshmen that are going to be swimming in their first big championship like this. So as a coach, you got to really tell them to calm yourself down. It's about breathing when you get in the pool, focus on what you need to do. Sometimes that's not very easy, especially when you're up against a senior or a junior that's been here before, and we've seen some that are return champions that'll be hard to beat tonight. But keep the focus, know what you got to do, and don't deter from that. Believe what your coach has to say.
There you see the athlete march coming in. Those are going to be our finalists for the women's 1,650-yard freestyle. Let's go through who's going to be in the pool. We'll start in lane number 2. That's going to be Caitlin Gray, a sophomore from Franklin. Next to her in lane 3, another sophomore, this one from Anderson, Lauren Shane. In lane 4, Becky Pfeiffer, a junior from Franklin College. In lane number 5, Aaron Perkins, a freshman from Franklin. Lane 6, Kate Stauffer, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. In lane number 7 from Transylvania, junior Delaney McPherson. And in lane 8, a junior from Rose-Hulman, Kayla Martinez. The fastest preliminary swim, or the number 1 seed coming into the competition this evening, is the freshman from Franklin, Aaron Perkins, who swam in 18:40 her time. The meet record in this one, set in 2018 by Amy McCormick, a 17:20 swam by her 5 years ago. There you see the athletes getting set on the deck. They'll be up on the blocks here momentarily. For those of you that are new to swimming, the 1650, that's the mile. You got to swim a mile here, and Troy, this is the endurance race, if you will. This is the long-distance monster for this event, 1650, the mile swim here coming up.
Yeah, you need to know how to pace yourself. It's not necessarily getting out to a fast start in something like this. A lot of distance swimmers, distance runners, they don't like to pace. They like to have the other person pace, and then you kick at the end. We'll kind of see how this all plays out. But, you know, Aaron Perkins had a great time, just a freshman, one of the many freshmen we've talked about that are going to be in this championship round that have done an excellent job in these 4 days.
As they are off into the pool, I want to mention 3 Franklin College swimmers here in this championship event, and a couple from Rose-Hulman as well. So we'll see as those points continue to add up as we are underway. As we talked about, we anticipate this one being about 18 to 20 minutes here to crown a champion, and we'll get right to that. But before we kind of dig in on this event here at the meet, we've got a special guest here with us. Jay Jones, the commissioner of the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference, joins us. And Jay, final night of competition here for the meet. You guys have been here since Wednesday. I've seen a lot of good things happen. So kind of walk us through the last few days of this competition.
Well, always a fun event, and we have some fast swims. We changed the format a little bit this year, and we did a couple of events on Wednesday night. And our coaches wanted to do that with the hopes that our 200 swimmers would not only set some school records for what was the 800 relay, but also come back last night and do some good, and they did. So that was nice. And again, that's where the coach's expertise really can make an event like this grow and change and improve, and so we were able to do that. So that was nice. It's been a fun couple of days. They do a fantastic job over here at the Aquatic Center, and anybody who's not able to join us and has not before, really encourage you to come out to this event. We have a great time with it.
We were talking to some of the coaches and student athletes earlier, and they were talking about how with the extra day of competition, they across the board, school records, lifetime best for the student athletes. And you kind of talked about it, but in talking to the coaches, they're like, look, we try to plan this out a long time in advance on how to get our kids to peak at the right time. And it's really cool to see how the new format has kind of enhanced that. And we've seen some kids. I talked to some senior student athletes over there that, you know, one of them from Rose-Hulman said she swam her fastest. She said a personal best as a freshman. She's a senior now, hadn't touched that time again until yesterday in competition. So she set a lifetime best in her final meet of competition, which is really cool to hear stories like that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I work with all 22 of our sports in the conference. I do not claim to be a technical swimming I don't tend to claim a ton of technical swimming knowledge. What swim coaches and student athletes do to taper and plan and kind of get all of that peaked at just the right moments, it's pretty incredible. And when they hit it, it's really, really exciting to kind of witness their personal best or their school best or whatever it may be, because it meant that those couple of months of training plus planning that strategy paid off. So really kind of cool. And neat to see, and probably a great life lesson for our student athletes as well. And so, yeah, it's neat that you heard that in the interviews, and I'm not surprised because I've been hearing a little of the same thing, so that's nice.
Yeah. You mentioned the Aquatic Center here in Terre Haute. How important is it to you and the HCAC to kind of have a neutral pool, if you will, for the conference competition like this?
Yeah, there's a couple of things there, and I'm assuming most of the viewers tonight are swim fans, swim parents. And so they've watched this for many, many years. Holding a swimming championship is one of the hardest event management things that you can do because there are so many moving parts. What they do here at the Aquatic Center for us in terms of their staffing, all of the various things they do, and some of those things are, to the casual onlooker, really, really tiny. Just walking out student athletes, put them in the right lanes, and playing the right walkout music before each final. Well, that's a huge thing to the student experience, but that takes 2 or 3 people to get right. So part of it's just bodies. The other part is just all these little tiny pieces. So is it important that we have a neutral site? Not as much as having a place that gives us the kind of support that they do here. And man, it makes such a difference. For our student athletes, it's great to come to a neutral site and a pool there, where they're all feel a little more even as well. But I can't say enough great things about the people here at the Aquatic Center.
Since you've been at the HCAC, how have you seen the Swimming and Dive Championship kind of grow, change, kind of morph into where we are here this evening?
Yeah, it's grown a lot. So I think the coaches had run, and the commissioner right before me had run what was the first and second championship. The coaches the first year, and then after that. So it's grown in a hurry. I think this is year 6 for us. Ultimately, each year we try to do some things to make it just a little better. We're thrilled to have you all with us here tonight, and just a kind of a broadcast format versus just the static web stream. And so that's one of the examples of just things we're trying to do to make it better. Our coaches and our student athletes have been great to be appreciative of the event, but also not hesitant when we say, hey, what can we do to make it a little better? They give us that information, and it's a partnership in that way, and I really love it. And each year we just try to find the next couple of things to do, and we're going to walk away this weekend with some things to do better for next year too, no doubt.
All right, stepping outside of swimming and diving, what's next on tap for you and the HCAC?
Yeah, sure. So we have basketball championships that start next weekend. So our final games of the season will take place Tuesday night and Friday night, and then we'll start our opening round of our basketball tournament is going to be on Sunday for the men and Tuesday for the women. A little change there. And then we'll go into the following weekend. We'll have indoor track and field. You all will be with us at IndianaSRN, and then we'll have semifinals and finals for men's and women's basketball, and you all will be with us for those as well. So busy few weeks here with winter championships, and then we'll our spring teams have already hit the fields, and they're out there already with some a lot of preseason lacrosse taking place, and some other things. Our baseball and softball teams trying to get out when the weather's worth it. But anyway, yeah, we're rocking and rolling here.
Always a busy time when you get that overlap with the winter championships and the spring sports kind of kicking off. It's interesting but fun, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and really a challenge for our administrators on campus. But as the weather changes, so does the energy level, and you're able to do that. And it's nice to get outside. And, man, I think I speak for everyone out there and just say some of the things that feel back to normal that weren't quite there last year. We were close, but we still weren't quite there, and it's just nice to have that. We this morning or last night, I suppose, we had a little issue with the pool heater here, and it was interesting what COVID taught us about making adjustments and how you do that. And our coaches couldn't have been better, and here we are, and hopefully the fans and the student athletes didn't feel or know a thing. So
I feel like coming out of COVID, like 2 words that really ring true, right, is adaptability and flexibility, right? Like you got to be able to kind of move and think on your feet pretty quick, to try to figure some solutions out when surprises arise.
Yeah, needless to say, I think my panic button is a lot softer now than it used to be. So you just roll with whatever comes, and in all honesty, I think that makes all of us a little better in the conference. And I was talking to some of the seniors tonight as they came across for their senior celebration, and what a tough 4 years those young people have had, and probably not the college experience they ever wanted. But you know what? On the backside of that, they are going to be some strong young adults because, it wasn't what they wanted, and it wasn't, in many ways totally unfair, but a life lesson for all of them. And, a neat bunch as I sat and talked to each one of them before they came across for their pictures.
Yeah, and speaking with Aria Ziegler from Rose-Hulman during the interview, she had mentioned, she's like, look, I didn't think I was going to make it 4 years on the swim team at Rose-Hulman. And it was really tough. And she's like, but, we interviewed a couple of student athletes together. And she's like, my teammates and my friends pushed me to get over it, and now I'm here on senior night and her last competition here. So it was really cool. You can see a growth, obviously, in these young adults, right? When they arrive on campus to where they get when they are senior, you can see a big change in them, and now they're going to go off and they're going to do wonderful things, but it's really cool to see that growth experience.
You're absolutely right, and I mentioned I've been with the league 4 years, so these seniors are essentially it's my senior year as well. I will continue, but at the end of the day, each one of them, we had their first year was a normal championship swim meet. We had no idea what was around the corner for us a month later. And, when you look back on that, but I also look back on my relationship with some of those students who I see them once a year at this championship and interact with them here, but you can watch them grow and you can watch them change. I think one of the young men you interviewed, Gage Creech, just, that's a guy that his first year a little bit shy with me, but obviously very, very talented. Even then, really, really talented diver. And I've watched him grow in amazing ways. And he's just a great young man, and he's a lot of fun. He's a funny young guy. And those are the things that are fun about my job. But also this group of seniors, they've just grown more than most, I think. They've had to. They've
been forced to, you have to try to figure things out at that point. So. Yeah. All right, Jay, we're going to put you on the spot here, okay? You ready?
Okay. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
All right,
go ahead.
So you have to choose an event that you would compete in this championship. What would be the event that you would choose to compete in?
Well, that's a great question. So I was, you wouldn't know it now to look at me, and thank goodness we're not on camera here. So we'll say it won't be diving, and it never would have been anything. I mean, those young people will forget it. Like my body doesn't twist and turn that way. So it had never been that. I was a good swimmer, but not at the level of these young people. But I was a lifeguard in high school, and so and I was decent at the breaststroke. So there you go. There's your answer. But listen, that was when I was their age, and I would still get smoked. I would not qualify for finals. So let's be real clear what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
But that would be what I'd pick for
I
you.
like that.
Yep. So
I think most people probably would have gone freestyle. It's the easy one.
Yeah,
throwing us in the breaststroke. I like that.
No, you got to do something weird because I'm kind of weird.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for having us here this evening. I'll be with you in a couple weeks at the Indoor Track and Field Championship, so looking forward to that.
Look forward to that, but I really appreciate IndianaSRN coming out, doing this swim meet for us this evening. I hope the fans enjoy this little difference tonight. Gives us something, and these mile swimmers, I have to tell you, hopefully this interview didn't take away from what they're doing out there in the pool. But I appreciate you guys let me join you for a few minutes. Thank you very much for being here. And for those who have not been to this event before, I encourage you next year to come out and join us.
Yeah, if you're watching online, how about next year you take it in person over here?
Absolutely.
It'll be great. It's a great combination. Great vibe. We've been talking about the energy in the building all evening. It really feels fun, exciting. Everyone's really engaged. It's a great atmosphere.
Yeah, these headphones you gave me seem pretty good. And I will tell you that's necessary because every time we do this on Saturday night, it's going to get loud in here, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, Jay, thanks so much for joining us, and great night already, but we're looking forward to some fast swims here coming up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Well, we'll get you caught up on the action here in the pool. As you can see, as Jay mentioned, the mile swim, really kind of a grueling challenge for these student athletes, but we're well into it here as we look at the times up on the board. Everyone kind of we've got a tight competition, but we're looking there in lane number 5 right now, and that is the freshman Aaron Perkins, who's been leading the way right now. But it is going to be a tough, tight competition coming down the stretch. And Troy rejoins me here, and Troy, and talking to Jay, he's really excited about the competition tonight. He took me by surprise by saying he would compete in the breaststroke, which I like that, But so far in the mile swim, it's early still yet in this race. We haven't seen anyone kind of push yet, but kind of where we thought it would be based on the prelim times.
Yeah, and when you look at what Kate Stauffer's been able to do in lane 6 from Rose, she has really been very strong and consistent. Her turns have been very, very strong as well. And she may be, when you look at Erin Perkins and the way that she can swim, just a freshman out of Franklin, you're right, it's still too early because a lot of things can happen, but I'm really impressed with the way that Kate Stauffer has swam so far here in the 1650.
So we've got a few minutes left in this swim. As we talked about earlier, Erin Perkins had the fastest time in prelims. 18:40 was where she was at. Kate Stauffer swam in 18:59, so just under 19 minutes for her. So we expected a pretty tight competition between those two in lane 5 and in lane 6. Reminder who we have in the pool. Caitlin Gray is in lane number 2. Lauren Shane in lane 3. Becky Pfeiffer in lane 4. Perkins and Stauffer in lanes 5 and 6. In lane 7 is Delaney McPherson, and in lane 8, Kayla Martinez. And you see those, we'll keep showing this as we go forward through the night, but you'll see those split times ring up. And right now in this competition for these swimmers swimming this distance, they want to keep that split time somewhere between 32 and 34 seconds if they can for the duration of their swim. It's very difficult to do, and one of the things that they try to do in the mile swim, Troy, is you got to try to save your legs. So in the front half of the event, you're going to be primarily arms, and you're going to try to coast with your legs. And then you're going to increase. I'm no expert, but you can see right now, slowly but surely, they're going to start to get those legs going, and then we're going to see where everyone's at with their endurance and with their strength in the water.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me again when you go back to when you race, a distance race, you know your body better than anybody, and you know whether you want to be the leader and everybody chasing you, or you want to make sure that you're behind the leader, and maybe you're a stronger finish, and you know that. And so what you can do is you can pace with that swimmer and then really take off in the end when you really, like you see, you need to make that kick with those legs. You've saved your legs, and now you're ready to go for the final stretch.
And we've still got Stauffer out in front in lane 6, and then Perkins is in lane 5. She's running second. So we'll keep you up to speed here as we get tight and we get close to the finish. As we talked about, 18:40 was the prelim time for Perkins. 18:59 was the prelim time for Kate Stauffer. Good look there at Kate with her Rose-Hulman swim cap on.
Well, again, she's just been consistently strong. I was watching when you were talking to Jay. Didn't necessarily get off to a fast start, didn't need to, but you can see her longer strokes. The legs, as you see right there, aren't working quite as hard yet, but she's just been consistent from end to end all night long.
A lot of things at these distance swims, is also technique. You want to be efficient in your technique. You want to be quick in your technique, but you want to be very efficient to kind of conserve that energy because you've only got so much energy you can use up when you're in the water.
Breathing a big part of it as well. I know they certainly have a certain system that they work with, and they're trying to breathe and make sure that it's consistent with the way that they're swimming. No different than it would be with a distance runner. You got to know what your limitations are, and you also have to know where your strengths are, and if they can certainly do what they need to do in the breathing department, save that as well toward the end, they'll be in good shape.
There you hear the bell for Kate. Kate's going to try to bring this home and win a conference championship here. As you can tell, Kate's splits right where she wants them to be. She's been averaging about 34 seconds on each split. We're going to watch her time as she brings it home here. So it's Kate Stauffer in lane 6, Rose-Hulman. She's going to be much faster than she was in the prelim. And her time, 18:28. Kate Stauffer, our HCAC 2023 champion in the mile swim.
She took around 12 seconds off of her time in the prelims.
Perkins will come in second, 18:38.07, and third place is McPherson in lane 7, 18:43.53 her time. In fourth place is Pfeiffer, 18:54.28. Still swimmers in lane 2, lane 3, and lane 8 coming in to close their race here. We watch the clock for them. Fifth place in lane number 2, that's Caitlin Gray, 19:28.23 was her time. But a really impressive swim from Kate Stauffer, as we mentioned. 18:59 was her prelim time, 18:28.26 her final time. Perkins finishing second, 18:38.07. So a really great swim, both of them reducing their times. McPherson and Pfeiffer with faster swims here in the finals as well. So a really quick swim for those 4 swimmers. And a 20:06.27, 6th place goes to Martinez, and 20:10.10, 7th place goes to Shane in lane number 2. So all of the swimmers in the pool bettered their times from the prelim to the final, exactly what these athletes and their coaches wanted to see.
Yeah, and that makes it even more impressive when you think what Stauffer was able to do. I mean, she just swam so well. And then you look at Perkins. Perkins was actually very strong with a better time earlier, but it really was what Kate Stauffer was able to do. She won that race pretty much once she got that first jump into the water, and she was, again, that word consistent you'll hear a lot, especially when you talk about distance racing. You got to be consistent. You know what? She really didn't need a hard kick at the end either, because there was nobody around her. She knew that, and so she could not say coast, but she could really take her time and keep her technique together, and she did a great job. I just thought she swam as well as you could expect for 4 days of competition.
As we talked about with those distance swims, especially the mile, it's all about consistency as well as efficiencies in the water. We're going to see that in our next event that's coming up. That's going to be the men's mile swim, the 1650 free. There you see the athletes walking in. One of the cool things here at the HCAC Championship is the swimmer who has the fastest prelim time gets to select the walkout music. You hear a little Big and Rich going on, and that's for Evan Sellers. Sellers swam a 16:22 in the prelim, so he has selected this song. This must get him in the mood to go fast, Troy.
Well, and again, as you mentioned earlier, he has the HCAC meet record that he set last year at 16:07.32, and he's going to be tough to beat. Now, think about it. He did that as a sophomore. He's a junior coming in this year. His time earlier at 16:22.45, not far off the mark. It's still a ways to go, but I have a feeling he has a lot to go here when it comes to the energy he has left. I think you're going to see a great swim out of him. He's going to be tough to beat here in the finals.
Yeah, Troy nailed it. A reminder, 16:07.32 was Sellers' time last year. That was the HCAC meet record. So we'll keep our eye on that. We'll go through our lane assignments. In lane number 2 is Cameron Stanley, junior from Anderson. In lane 3, sophomore from Transylvania, Aiden Rock. In lane 4, his teammate, a freshman, Adam Tichy, also from Transylvania. Lane 5, as we mentioned, that's Evan Sellers from Rose-Hulman. In lane 6, Tyler Wood, freshman from Franklin. Anthony Hoyt is in lane 7. He's a freshman at Rose-Hulman. And in lane number 8, another Rose-Hulman fighting engineer, sophomore Heath Thomas. And as we talked about, Troy, in the pre-meet show, we've got 3 freshmen and 2 sophomores in this race. The underclassmen, they didn't wait their turn. They are here to make a statement tonight.
Well, the one thing advantage might be to Sellers, too, is because he's been here before. So he has that experience, and experience is something you can't really pay for when you talk about coming into a meet like this. So he's got that target on his back. But you're right, you've got some very, very talented freshmen, and they'll give him everything they want. You know, they always say freshmen don't know any better. I mean, they just go out and swim, or they go out and play or whatever, because they don't know. This first time they've been in this championship, we'll see how they respond.
We had 3 swimmers in this event that swam under 17 minutes in the prelims. That's Adam Tichy in lane 4, Evan Sellers, as we mentioned, in lane 5, and Tyler Wood in lane 6. One of the things that can do, it's a long race, right? But when you're in the pool and you know you've got guys that are pushing, you can help you accelerate and help you push you to try to reach that mark. And as we mentioned, Sellers with the meet record at 16:07.32.
And you can see he's off to a great start. He had a great turn there just moments ago. And you're right. I mean, you get motivated by what you see maybe some of your competitors are able to do. You want to be as good as they are or better, so you find yourself certainly stretching maybe your ability a little bit more. The one danger point about that is sometimes you can overdo it. And as a young swimmer, young athlete, you got to really take care of yourself when it comes to doing that you don't overextend and find yourself that maybe you didn't do as well as you hoped so because you ended up not staying within the boundaries of your routine. So you really got to believe in what you did, the work that got you here, and then go from there. But look at him. I mean, he is just swimming so strong right now. It's just amazing when you look at those strokes, and what a nice turn right there, and got plenty of distance on the return as well.
Yeah, and we'll continue to watch the splits. So far, early in the race, he's been about right around 28 seconds is where he wants to be at, 27, 28 seconds on these splits. We'll continue to monitor that. There you see 28.73. See if he can keep that up. This is the 2023 HCAC Swim and Dive Championships. We are here in Terre Haute, Indiana at the Vigo School Corporation Aquatic Center. And our leader right now in the 1650, that is Evan Sellers in lane 5, the junior from Rose. As we mentioned, he's the defending champion in this event and has the meet record, which he set last year. Behind Sellers, it's a pretty bunched group there between second, third, and fourth, and we'll see if any of those three swimmers are able to kind of push and elevate their game and push Sellers. Here as we get later into the swim, those swimmers would be Aiden Rock, Adam Tichy, and Tyler Wood.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to swim against you, Kate. You're terrifying, and I love it.
A reminder of where we are at here this evening in our events. After the men's 1650 free, we'll have the men's and women's 200 backstroke, the men's and women's 100 free. After that, we will have the men's and women's 200 breaststroke, followed by the men's and women's 200 butterfly. Then we will have our diving competition, and then we will get to cap off the night and to cap off the championship, a pretty exciting event. That'll be the 400-yard freestyle relay. This place will be going bonkers during that to close out the championship.
One thing everybody loves is sprints. They love to see how fast everybody can go. I mean, nothing against the distance, because I tell you what, distance is hard. I never ran distance or anything like that in high school. They tried one time to run me in the 800, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So they stuck me in there? No way. So I have a great appreciation for anybody that runs anything longer than 50 yards for me. So it just is amazing, and I can't imagine the amount of time that you have to put in the pool when you're doing the mile swim. I would always think you want to swim a lot longer than a mile, like marathon runners do. They generally put in a lot of miles, maybe not all at one time, but you got to go further than you want to, and then it seems it's kind of like you tell your players, our practice is going to seem really, really difficult because your game's going to be so easy after that, so you want to practice them really hard. So I'd imagine you kind of feel the same way right here in the 1650.
Yeah, you're right, Troy. A lot of times, you got to swim distances that are longer because you know that once you get into a race format, you're going to burn more energy because you are in a race. You're not just out there trying to log distance, right? So it changes how you changes how your body computes, what your rhythm is, what your cadence is, and everything. That's a very good point.
Well, that's why they told me, Troy, don't come back to the 800 because you did everything completely wrong, and I said, thank you. I will just go back to jumping. That's what I did best.
So Evan Sellers still leading the way here. About 5.5 minutes into this swim, we anticipate him being somewhere just over 16 minutes for this competition.
Well, he must have been swimming at a huge, fast pace last year to go at 16:07:32. Now, I don't know if he'll be able to do that now, but, I mean, think about it. He's only a sophomore. He's bigger, stronger this year, and by the time he becomes a senior next year, he may set his sights on that again. He might do it tonight. I haven't seen his splits as much here, but he could be really close to 16:07.
Another thing to monitor a lot of times with the distance swimmers is how their breathing looks, making sure that they're breathing in a nice rhythm. Looks like right now he's looking at about every third stroke, which is about average where you want to be.
Well, his split there was 29:41. That's pretty good. Well, he got off to a great start, too, and you just see him right there, how strong he is in the water.
As we talked about, around Sellers, we've got Aiden Rock in lane 3, Adam Teachy in lane 4, and Tyler Wood in lane 6. All three of those swimmers kind of competing right now to see who's going to be in that second place position, but we'll see as we get into the back half of the race if any of them try to make a big push, try to come after Sellers where he's at right now.
And from a team standpoint, you're thinking right now with Transylvania currently in third, they're looking at perhaps that number 2 spot, depending on how they do here in early, certainly with the amount of races we still have remaining. But you kind of think they may be too far behind Franklin, but I'd at least love to see him make a run, but it could be kind of tough.
Yeah, in this race, there are 2 swimmers from Transylvania, 3 swimmers from Rose-Hulman, 1 from Anderson, 1 from Franklin, and that's kind of what that scenario we talked about, Troy, early on. So with Transylvania, you've got 2 swimmers here. Even if they don't win the competition, you know, you get second and third, really boost your points for Rose-Hulman. Right now they have the leader in the pool in Sellers, but then they've also got Anthony Hoyt and Heath Thomas that have qualified. A couple of younger swimmers, freshman and sophomore for them. So, again, just another opportunity to tack on more points to their team total.
Yeah, and if they do, there's almost no chance to think that they're going to be caught. The defending champions on the men's side from last year, just so strong through the 4 days that they have been here, and they just continue to dominate here. So I really would expect nothing less here in the finals.
Just over the halfway point here in this event. This is the mile swim for the men. You know, you see a lot of times the coaches on the pool deck on the side, they're making hand gestures, they're whistling. People say, there's no way the student athletes can hear that, and they actually can, because they know that their coach, they know what their coach's cadence is, right? And so they know, hey, my coach is going to be positioned here. If he's whistling, I'm going to take a peek when I take my breath and see, if he's saying this, or if he's, if he's moving his arms in a certain way, then, okay, I need to pick up my kick.
Okay.
Or if he's, whatever the hand gesture is that your coach uses, okay, I got to pick up my cadence. I got to pick up my speed. I got to make sure I'm breathing in the right way. The coaches, and it's like it's having kids of your own, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna learn your cadence eventually, and so that's what the coaches are doing over there on the pool deck.
My kids always thought I yelled too much. You think is that part of it too? Or?
Could be.
I mean, I didn't think I was yelling, but they thought I was.
Yeah, I mean, my kids think I'm grumpy all the time.
Well,
so.
yeah, they think we're old too. I mean, I might be. I don't know about you, but you make a good point there, because it's just like baseball. I mean, you put signals out, and they've done different things over the years, and you begin to know that you got to look and understand what's happening at a moment's notice. And in swimming, you got to make a decision pretty quick. If you're going to get in those top couple of spots and they tell you better do it, you better do it, because they're the ones can see everybody else.
There you see Sellers. He's still around that 29-second mark on his splits, is right where he wants to be right now. I think he would be very content with that, knowing what his pace is. That one was right around 30 seconds, so a little bit of a decrease there.
Yeah, but I think he knows by now where he is, and once he starts that kick at the very end, I think he can make that up. Not say quickly, but I think he can make it up relatively easily here very, very soon.
Good look there at Sellers in lane 5. 11 minutes now into our mile swim. Evan Sellers still with the advantage in the pool, and we're joined now by Assistant Commissioner of the HCAC, Stacy Ledoux. And Stacy, we had a chance to talk to Jay a little bit earlier about the competition and the meet so far. Just want to get your thoughts on how the meet's gone so far the past couple of days and what we can expect tonight.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. We're happy to have you guys join us this evening and cover our championship swimming. We've had a great 4 days. This is our first year having a fourth day of competition, but everything's gone well. We've got some fast times coming out of the pool. I know several school records have fallen over the course of our championship, and we've also seen some HCAC championship records fall. So they're swimming well, and hopefully we get to see a couple of these guys go on to nationals. We
talked to several student athletes earlier, a lot of them swimming lifetime bests, some of them swimming school records while they've been here. They've all been very excited about that. We're tracking on a couple of HCAC meet records that we think could potentially fall here this evening, which is great. So it's great to see the student athletes perform, obviously, in a scenario like this where it's their conference title on the line. Awesome experience for them.
Definitely, and it's fun because this is Jay and we're in our fourth year with the conference, and so we're seeing athletes compete today or over the course of the championship as seniors who we saw as first years. So it's really been fun to see them develop and grow and the league grow over our now 4 years with the HCAC.
Jay was talking that this was kind of his graduation year, his fourth year here with it, but no, and we talked about how much this event specifically has grown over not just your 4 years, but kind of the 6 years as a whole of having this conference championship.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm actually an alum of one of our schools, and so I remember I was not a swimming student athlete, but I remember when they competed in a different conference because the HCAC didn't exist in swimming. And some of our veteran coaches got together and said, hey, we can put on a championship meet, let's do it. And so it's grown tremendously from there. And we had a couple years of COVID that, slowed us down, but we're back and better than ever now and just continuing to grow up and grow out.
All right, so after swim and dive is over this weekend, where's Stacy's focus go after that?
Well, wintertime, believe it or not, is our light season. So after our swimming and diving championship, we only have 2 other winter sports. So we'll have men's and women's basketball wrap up, and then indoor track and field. This is the first year our indoor track and field championship will be on the same day as our men's and women's basketball championship. So we'll be busy bees. Luckily, we added a third staff member to the HCAC staff. So we'll be able to cut ourselves in 3 for once and be 3 places at once. But so, yeah, we're going to gear up for basketball, see how those standings shake out. The women's is a clearer picture. The men is a muddled mess. But we got coins to flip if we need them, so we'll figure it out.
Always good to see tight competition, right?
Yeah, and it's always interesting to see how, one team who's leading the league and get upset on the road or at home or whatever. It's fun when it's a close race and it's not just wide open.
Well, Stacy, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
Good luck the rest of the way this evening, and congratulations on a great meet so far.
Thank you. I always say it's a great day when we get to hand out a championship trophy, and I think we're going to do a couple of those tonight, so we're excited.
Always makes you feel great, doesn't it?
Yeah, not a bad day.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Getting close to the mile swim wrapping up. We're still looking at Evan Sellers from Rose-Hulman leading the way. They're going to try to have a Rose-Hulman sweep here in the mile swims. Kate Stauffer was the winner just a few minutes ago on the women's side, and 18:28.26 was her time. Take a look there at Sellers. Split time still right around 29 seconds. Now the bell is coming for Sellers, so now we're going to watch the clock. He's at 15:37 right now. So Sellers hits the wall, and he's got a chance here. We're going to watch the time. Can Sellers close it out here? 16:07 was his time last year. and he's going to break it. What's the final? 16:03.72. Sellers goes back-to-back championships, and how about back-to-back meet records for Evan Sellers, the junior from Rose-Hulman.
Boy, he was strong again from the very beginning, and that's just an amazing race for that young man. And boy, he's going to be so tough again next year, but it'll be fun to watch him go to the NCAAs and see what he does there.
Second place is Tyler Wood. 16:27.53 was his time there in lane number 6. Third place is Adam Tichy in lane number 4, 16:35.34 from Transylvania. So big swims from those first 3 competitors. We talked about Sellers not only going back-to-back titles, but breaking his own meet record that he set last year by 4 seconds, which is very impressive from the junior from Rose-Hulman. Fourth place, that's going to go to Hoyt from Rose-Hulman, 16:58.91. Under 17 minutes for Hoyt. Big accomplishment for him. Fifth place goes to Aiden Rock in lane number 3, 17:07.17. His time. Sixth place goes to Thomas in lane number 8, 17:17.52. And in lane number 2, coming to the wall, that's Cameron Stanley, the junior from Anderson. His time, 17:37.67, 7th place. So we'll go through our finishes there again. Sellers in first, Wood in second, Tichy in third. That was 1, 2, 3. And once again, Evan Sellers, the junior from Rose-Hulman, your winner in the men's 1650 freestyle, 16:03.72, breaking his meet record by 3.5 seconds from what he set last year.
You know, he was about as good as you would expect, and I knew he was the favorite coming in simply because of what he did last year and also what he did in the prelims, because you look at those numbers, he was dominant in a lot of ways, even in the prelims. So you kind of knew that experience and his ability to win what he did last year and how strong he's been this year, you kind of figured he was going to do that. But, boy, to top what you did last year, just think what he's got to do next year.
I mean, how's he going to go? Is he going to try to go under 16 next year? I mean, that might be the goal.
You know what? I don't know why he couldn't. He was so strong today from start to end, and he had that great kick there at the end as well. And you talk about knowing what the crowd is saying and what your coach might be saying, and you hear the cheering that's going on. He probably knew he was close to beating last year's record, so that was just a great swim for him. He's going to be very, very, very tough when it comes to next year as well.
We're going to take a quick break. We got a little bit of a pause or a timeout here. We're going to let some of those student athletes catch their breath before we get to the 200 backstroke event. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you set for more action here from the pool, the HCAC Swim and Dive Championships on IndianaSRN.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back poolside, Thad Van Dievender and Troy Darengowski here with you, and we saw a couple of huge swims from some Rose-Hulman swimmers already. They have a clean sweep of the mile swims. The women's 1650 goes to Kate Stauffer. The men's 1650 goes to Evan Sellers. Up next will be our women's 200 backstroke, and to get you set for kind of how these events will go this evening, in most of the events we will have what we call a B final and a championship final, or a consolation final and a championship final. So we'll have swimmers in 2 events. all of those swimmers will earn points for their school. So as we watch where the team scores are, this will be a part of that. As we look at the team scores right now, updated, Franklin still leads on the women's side, 635 points. Transylvania in second, Rose-Hulman in third. Manchester, Anderson, Hanover, and Bluffton round out the 7-team scoring right now. On the men's side, it's Rose-Hulman leading the way, 664 points for them. And as we talked about, Rose might just have an advantage too big to creep into, but the bigger battles are going to be for second and third on both the women's and the men's side here. On the men's side, Franklin at 525 seems to be pretty locked into that second place, but all these teams kind of jockeying for position on where they're going to finish in the final standings.
Yeah, there's no doubt you're talking about 3, 4, 5, and 6 on the men's side. Going to be very competitive down to the very end. Things are starting to separate themselves more in the women, but think about that. The men, 276 Transylvania, Manchester 205, Anderson 200. Well, that's going to be really, really close once we get things going in the sprints we have here very soon.
Now we're looking at the consolation final and the women's 200-yard backstroke. Our lane assignments, Izzy Brown in lane number 2 from Rose-Hulman. Her senior teammate is in lane 3, Aria Ziegler. Freshman from Transylvania, Sid Whitford in lane 4. Manchester freshman, Genesis Everling in lane 5. Rachel Foster in lane 6, the senior from Transylvania. Elena Simmons in lane 7, the junior from Hanover. And Maddie Adams in lane 8, sophomore from Anderson.
Well, it's going to come down. Again, you're talking about Everling and Foster. They swam extremely well. In fact, they were just hundredths of a point away from each other in their time earlier. Whitford not that far off. She'll be in the hunt here as well. So I'd say between those three, then keep an eye on Simmons there in lane 7 as well. I mean, when you look at what we've seen so far in the 2 1650s, you're talking about maybe 1 or 2, but this one you've got 3 or 4 that really could pull out a win here.
Genesis Everling leading the way there in lane 5. We'll continue to watch the splits as well. Reminder, so we'll have a consolation final and then a championship final coming up in each of these events. This is the 200-yard backstroke. There you see Everling trying to push it out there in lane 5.
We can also hear the crowd that's here that, again, we talked about it earlier. It is pretty much standing room only, and many times we end up having to kind of look around everybody to see what's going on or even just check the monitor because there's so many people that have come to see this championship tonight. So, boy, you can really feed off a lot of the energy in this building here this evening.
Again, it's Everling in lane 5 leading the way in the consolation final. And lane 4 is Sid Whitford. She's running in second. We'll watch Everling's time in the prelim. She swam 22:27.16. She looks on track to have a better time here. Let's see as she gets to the wall. She punches the wall, 2:23.75 for her, a better time here this evening. Second place goes to Whitford. Third is Simmons in lane 7. Fourth goes to Foster in lane 6. Fifth is Ziegler in lane number 3. Adams in lane 8 is 6th from Anderson, 2:43.84 her time. And Brown in lane number 2 from Rose-Hulman, 2:49.48 for 7th place.
Hey, give Simmons credit. I think of the way she swam there toward the end.
So 2:23.75. The time for Genesis Everling to win the consolation final here in the 200 backstroke.
And now let's hear it for the championship final of the women's 200-yard backstroke.
We'll watch as the athletes march in. And we talked about the athlete that had the best preliminary time, the best seed time, if you will, gets to select the music as they march out, and that Honor went to Kaylee McCafferty here. She's going to be in lane 5, the senior from Franklin. There you see the athletes marching in. It's pretty cool to see the athletes from all the other teams kind of line up there too, to see the athletes come in, get them psyched for the championship final.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's fun to watch the reaction, not only the swimmers, but then, of course, you talk about all these different schools supporting each other as they get ready to swim here a couple of moments ago. I saw one of the fans, must have been a fan that was from Franklin, kind of give her a little shimmy right there. I'm like, hey, be careful. She got to swim here. But you can understand how they're excited to walk down that lane there and then get ready to line up and possibly medal here tonight and win a championship for their school.
We'll get to our lane assignments here, starting with lane number 2. Reminder, lane 2 is at the top of your screen. Lane 8 will be at the bottom. Maria Belareshka in lane number 2, freshman from Rose. Maddie Hopp in lane 3 from Anderson. Natalia Pumpers in lane 4 from Rose-Hulman. A couple of Franklin swimmers in lanes 5 and lane 6. That's Kaylee McCafferty in 5. Jillian Antle in lane 6. Sophie Ritzenthaler in lane number 7, senior from Transylvania. And the sophomore from Manchester, Emin Lynch, in his lane number 8. Meet record in this event set in 2019 by Jessica Halsmer. That was 2:03.08. The fastest prelim time was Kaylee McCafferty, a 2:10.33.
Well, and she's going to be tough to beat. A senior, certainly has been here before, and you look at Pumpers in lane number 4, the other senior, along with Ritzenthaler in lane number 7. But I would think that the way that McCafferty swam earlier, that she's going to be tough to beat in this one, because nobody came within, 8 seconds of her in the prelims earlier today.
And a great start there by McCafferty. She is off and running, if you will.
Boy, look at that strong turn. And she really made a strong turn and even got more distance right there.
Great underwater work there by Kaylee McCafferty. You can also see the efficiency and the power in her stroke, Troy.
Yeah, every time it seems like she takes a stroke, she gains a little bit more. Because look at that lead now, and look at this strong turn. That is what you would consider textbook right there. She got a lot of distance.
Reminder, 2:10.33 was her prelim time, 2:03.08, the meet record.
She had a 32.65 on that split. That's really, really good. I mean, you're thinking she's a couple of seconds ahead of everybody else.
Reminder, that's Kaylee McCafferty in lane number 5 leading the way here. One more down and back for her.
Well, you notice she made that turn. There's only, 2 other swimmers right there that were even close. She's dominating this race.
Tight race for second. Natalia Pumpers in lane 4 and Jillian Antle in lane 6. We are watching McCafferty's time. Not going to set a meet record, but she is going to win a championship here. She gets to the wall in 2:09.22.
Yeah, she was better than earlier today at 2:10.33, so a strong, strong run right there for McCafferty.
Second place will go to Antle. Third place goes to Pumpers in lane number 4. So Kaylee McCafferty, the senior from Franklin, a champion in the 200 backstroke, 2:09.22 her time. Jillian Antle coming in second, the freshman from Franklin, and Natalia Pumpers in lane 4, the senior from Rose-Hulman, coming in third.
How strong when you talk about the senior, again, when you have that championship pedigree, you've been here before, you kind of know what to expect. And she was just strong from the very beginning. Yeah, you don't need a whole lot of analysis on a race like that because she was just strong.
Next event up will be the men's 200 backstroke as those gentlemen in the consolation final get ready to enter the pool. Go through our lane assignments here. Stephen Root in lane number 3, junior from Transylvania. He's got 2 teammates in a row right next to him. Connor Hood's in lane 4, the senior. Caden Seiler in lane 5, the sophomore. Freshman Colton Schulte from Manchester is in lane 6. His freshman teammate is right next to him, Peyton Elsrod in lane 7. Anthony Stoltz, the senior from Anderson, is in lane number 8.
Now keep an eye on this one. You're talking about some youngsters again when you talk about Schulte, only a freshman, Elsrod just a freshman, Seiler just a sophomore right there in the middle. So it'll be fun to watch these because they had really much better times than the upperclassmen did in Root, Hood, as well as Stoltz.
Seiler had the fastest prelim time at 2:01:44, so a couple of these young men trying to see if they can go under 2 minutes here in the consolation final. Tight race there between Seiler and Schulte right now.
Well, they were less than a second difference earlier. So I would expect nothing less in this one. Then you're going to find out here pretty soon who's going to finish the strongest, who'll make the better turn each time. See, that was a good turn.
Again, that is Caden Seiler in lane 5, Colton Schulte in lane 6.
I'll be curious to see what Schulte has in his kick at the very end. What will he be able to do if he's right now just keeping an eye on Seiler? They'll keep him within striking distance.
This last turn, and they are neck and neck. Schulte pushing. Schulte trying to take the lead, and I think he's got it right now from Seiler. What a last 25 yards here by Colton Schulte. He gets to the wall. His time 2 minutes 22. First place there for Colton Schulte.
Yeah, he ran almost 3 seconds off his time earlier today, but you saw once he made that final turn, he was very strong the rest of the way. Seiler, only a sophomore, unable to keep up with him, but that was a nice run there by Schulte to win the 200 backstroke.
Well, it went Schulte 1, Caden Seiler finishes second in the consolation final, and Peyton Elsrod in lane number 7, the freshman from Manchester, in third.
Well, if you thought times were fast in the consolation final of Heat 1, how about the championship final? We're talking about all of these swimmers under the 2-minute mark. This should be a really, really interesting race.
There you see the athletes marching in for the championship final. Lane assignments as they come across is Tommaso Calvaleo in lane number 2, freshman from Rose-Hulman. The senior from Franklin, Logan Parker in lane number 3. Sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Caleb Munger in lane 4. Cole Brannick, he had the fastest time in the prelims at 1:53.90. He's a freshman from Transylvania. Jack Burke in lane 6, the junior from Franklin. Anderson's freshman Noah Singleton in lane number 7, and Will Kenyon in lane 8, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman.
Well, you talk about Brannick, just a freshman. We kind of featured that earlier in the pregame, how many really young swimmers are competing for championships tonight. And Brannick at 1:53.90 earlier today, really a couple of seconds faster than Burke. So I would expect nothing less than Brannick there in lane 5 to kind of set the pace early and see if he can hold off all the challengers.
Couple of notes here with Brannick. As Troy mentioned, 1:53.90 was his prelim time. The meet record set back in 2018 is 1:52.17. That could be in the crosshairs for Cole Brannick. And we're just going to throw this out here as well. The HCAC time record is 1:48.37. It would take a heck of a swim here from Cole Brannick to get to that point, but we're just putting it into the atmosphere here, Troy.
Well, that's why they swim, because you never know. You end up getting a good pace going tonight, knowing that all these other swimmers around you are swimming well into this championship game. But it would take quite an effort. You're talking about from 1:48.37 to 1:53.90. You're talking about around 7 seconds or so. That'd be really, really tough to cut off that time. Now, maybe when he gets to be a junior or senior, that could be possible. You get bigger and stronger as you go. Kind of understand what it takes to be in this championship round.
And out really strong in lane 6. That's Jack Burke, who leads the way early on. So it's Burke in 6, Brannick in 5. Brannick already closing the gap a little bit on Burke.
Yeah, it kind of depends on whether you like to be chased or you like to chase. And Burke might find out here in a little bit that Brannick likes to lead, so we'll see how long he can hold on.
Again, Jack Burke in lane 6, Cole Brannick in lane number 5. They are 1 and 2 right now, and this race is tight.
Now here we go.
All right, 2 more links left. Burke still with the advantage. Brannick trying to chase him down. They come out of the water, and they are neck and neck. Third place right now is in lane number 4. That's Caleb Munger. But we have got a battle here for the championship. 200-yard backstroke on the men's side. We've got Brannick in lane 5, Burke in lane 6. Who's going to get to the wall first? We're watching the clock as well. We might have a new meet record on our hands. Both of them might break the meet record. Who gets there first? And it's going to be Brannick to the wall first. 150.67. Burke in second. 151.21. Munger finishes third. 152.99. What an unbelievable race. Cole Brannick comes from behind to win the championship. 150.67 is time.
That was amazing. And you know what? Brannick stayed under the water on that last turn longer than Burke did, and it seemed like that might have given him the edge in that win. But, boy, that was a fast one for the number 1 and 2 here tonight.
So we've got a 150.67 for a championship for Cole Brannick and a new meet record, shattering the old mark. The old mark, 152.17. They were a second and a half faster on that one. So a couple of records already have been broken here in our 2023 version of the HCAC Swim and Dive Championship.
Yeah, and put that in perspective, that was 5 years ago that record was set. So a lot of swimmers came through here in the 200-yard backstroke, none able to do it the way that Cole Brannick did it here tonight. Well, but again, the run there by Jack Burke. It would have been interesting to see if Brannick would have come up sooner, if Burke would have been able to stay with him right there. And it was interesting just to watch Brannick stay under a little bit longer, and it just seemed to really give him the edge right there. That was a fun one to watch.
Should have some awards coming up next for our athletes that competed in the championship final for the women's and the men's 1650 freestyle.
In sixth from Franklin College, Caitlin Gray.
And you see the athletes coming up to accept their
In fifth from Rose-Hulman, Tori Kinnaman.
finish and take a step up onto the podium.
In fourth from Franklin, Becky Pfeiffer. In third from Transylvania, Delaney McPherson. And in second from Franklin, Aaron Perkins. And your 2023 HCAC champion, the women's 1650-yard freestyle for Rose-Hulman with a time of 18 minutes, 28.26 seconds from Rose-Hulman, Kate Stauffer.
There you see Kate Stauffer with her first place medal. The sophomore from Rose-Hulman, as you heard the PA announcer, 18:28.26 her time. An unbelievable improvement from her seed time, her prelim time. She swam 18:59.33 in the prelim, so to cut off 30 seconds, 31 seconds from her previous time. Good look there at all the competitors. Got to grab some photos while you're up on the podium, you know, Troy?
No kidding, yeah. You know, to cut off 30-plus seconds from your prelim time is just absolutely astounding. I mean, that's either she was holding back earlier today and thinking, you know what, I think I'll save my energy for the finals, or she just ran and swam a race that was, well, it was incredible. That's really tough to do. When you think about a sport that's really surrounding time like that, you know, you think maybe 3-4 seconds, those areas, 5 seconds, but 30?
In sixth from Rose, Will Kenyon. In fifth from Transylvania, Aiden Rock.
There's Aiden Rock, 5th place for Transylvania.
In fourth from Rose, Anthony Hoyt.
Anthony Hoyt, 4th place, freshman from Rose-Hulman.
In third from Transylvania, Adam Tichy.
Adam Tichy comes in 3rd place, freshman from Transylvania. Tyler Wood coming next, 2nd place from Franklin College.
This one will take me just a second. The 2023 HCAC swimming and diving champion of the men's 1650-yard freestyle with a new meet record and a provisional B cut for the NCAA's Division III championship with a time of 16 minutes, 3.72 seconds from Rose-Hulman, Evan Sellers.
So Evan Sellers, your winner, not only setting the meet record, which we talked about, but the PA announcer saying that that is already a divisional B cut for Division III NCAA championship. So Evan Sellers might be on his way to NCAAs, which is a pretty cool moment for him.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, he was very strong and gets the chance. You know what I find interesting, they were able to jump up there with that #1 spot pretty easily, huh? When you get that kind of medal, it's not hard to get up on #1.
A little bit of excitement, a little bit of additional mobility and agility
right.
to get up there.
Well, they maybe can high jump, maybe track and field is in his future, but yeah, he was strong, and congratulations to what he was able to accomplish, because he was very, very, very good.
Cool moment for them. Snap some pictures up there.
Men's final at the 100 freestyle, we will be doing the awards for the men's and women's 200-yard back.
So our next event up will be our women's 100-yard freestyle event consolation final, getting ready to take place. Lane assignments for this event, it'll be Allison Clark in lane #2 from Rose-Hulman. Allie Hinchman in lane 3, freshman from Transylvania. In lane 4, Grace Williams from Franklin College. She's a freshman. Junior from Transylvania, Logan Thomas in lane 5. Jasmine Webb in lane 6, freshman from Transylvania. Senior from Rose-Hulman, Therese Jager in lane #7. And Ashlyn Malloy in lane 8, the junior from Manchester.
Best time you mentioned earlier, Logan Thomas out of Transylvania, about a second better than what we saw with Jasmine Webb. Keep an eye on 5 and 6 in this one, and Grace Williams just outside of those two. Should be an interesting race between those three, and see if any of the outsiders there on 2, 3, and 7 and 8 can maybe make a run here.
Right now, lane 5, it is Logan Thomas out front. Tight race, though. About a half a body length lead right now in our consolation final. She swam at 56.53 in the prelims. Now it's really tight. That's Jasmine Webb trying to close. In lane number 4, that's Grace Williams. Who's going to get to the wall first? It will be Thomas, 57.03. Webb, 57.74. Pardon me, it's going to be Thomas first, Williams second. Webb is third. All three of those swimmers, 57.03, 57.22, 57.74. So 0.7 of a second separate first, second, and third in the consolation final.
Kind of what we expected. Thomas able to pick up the win a little bit slower than earlier today, but finished very strong to pick up the victory.
Now we'll go to our championship final in the 100 free for the women. See the athletes marching in. 53-58 from Sammy Monarch, the senior from Transylvania. That is the seed time, number 1 in this event. Our lane assignments, Lily Hunter in lane 2, senior from Anderson. Hannah Tapp in lane 3, the junior from Transylvania. Transylvania well represented in this final with 4 student athletes. Charlotte Green in lane 4, the sophomore from Transylvania. As I mentioned, Sammy Monarch, the senior from Transy, she's going to be in lane 5. Elise Anderson in lane 6, the senior from Hanover. Franklin Jr. Kennedy Minter in lane number 7. And the sophomore from Transylvania, Mary Grace Thompson in lane number 8. Sammy Monarch, as I mentioned, 53-58 her seed time. Elise Anderson also under 54 seconds in the prelims. She swam 53-83. Only 3 seconds in the prelim time separate first from 8th in our times. And Troy, we should have a dazzling race here coming up.
Yeah, you better be on your A game on this one. Monarch, as you mentioned, and Anderson swam extremely well, but as you said too, you got Transylvania with 4 swimmers in this heat alone for the championship. It's going to be interesting to see because there's not a whole lot of time, as you mentioned, separating. This could be very, very close when it's all said and done.
Just to note, the meet record for this event, 51.60, set in 2019 by Courtney Kaufman. That's also the HCAC record. I don't know if that'll be in jeopardy or not. It's about a second and a half faster than what Monarch swam in the prelims, but we've seen some fast swims here so far.
Yes, we have, and don't be surprised if you see this one. You can see how even they are already. This is going to be fun to watch.
Monarch is out in front early. Strong start for her in lane 6. Also a strong start for Elise Anderson. Anderson and Monarch leading the way. Little outside smoke down low. That's Kennedy Minter. A little bit of advantage now for Monarch. She's got about a half a body length lead. Let's watch her time.
Strong turn. See if she'll turn it on right here, and it appears she will.
Can Monarch close it out? Everyone's closing in on her. It's a tight one. Monarch's got the advantage right now. Who's to the wall first? It's Monarch. 54 seconds flat for her. Anderson in second, 54.57. Green in third, 54.69. Minter in fourth, 55.18. Fifth place goes to Thompson. Sixth place goes to Tapp. Seventh place to Hunter. What a race. And Sammy Monarch, your 2023 HCAC champion, 54 seconds flat for her.
Well, you look at Monarch, a senior. You had Anderson, a senior. 2, again, had that experience, and it was the kind of race we thought it would be. I mean, it was close right down to the very end, but that stretch run there for Monarch, able to get the victory.
So a very strong swim for Sammy Monarch. 54 seconds flat to take the championship. Next up is the men's 100 freestyle consolation final. Nathaniel Rogers in lane 2, freshman from Transylvania. His freshman teammate, Isaiah Perkins, in lane 3. freshman from Anderson, Lucan Edwards in lane 4. Callum Buchanan in lane 5, a freshman from Hanover. Sophomore from Franklin, Parker Montgomery in lane 6. Jacob Young in lane 7, Dustin Wilson in lane 8. They are both juniors, Transylvania and Hanover, respectively.
Yeah, Buchanan had a really good time at 48.35 earlier, not in the championship final, but in this consolation final. Just another freshman. Again, you talk about 4 freshmen in this consolation final. And Buchanan off to a good start.
Yeah, Buchanan missed out on the championship final by 5 thousandths of a second. We watch the times here as they come to the wall, and it is Buchanan first, 48.25. Second goes to Montgomery, 49.24. 49.53, third place for Edwards. Fourth place, Wilson. Fifth place, Young. Sixth place, Perkins. Seventh place, Rogers.
Yeah, Buchanan had that strong finish. Good turn there at the end down the back stretch and actually beat his time from earlier today.
48.25 the time. Second goes to Montgomery, and third goes to Edwards. Our championship final now, those athletes marching in. In the prelims, it was 46.35, swam by Campbell Coyle, the sophomore from Franklin, so he's going to lead us out. Ryan Nikolic will be in lane number 2, the senior from Rose-Hulman. Sam West, his teammate, the sophomore, is going to be in lane 3, and another Rose-Hulman athlete, the freshman Aiden Carter, is going to be in lane 4. A couple of Franklin swimmers in the middle of the pool. Campbell Coyle in lane 5, Vincent Fletcher, the senior, in lane number 6. Junior Christian Searcy in lane 7 from Rose-Hulman, and John Hasquin in lane number 8, the junior from Franklin. As I mentioned, 46.35 the prelim time for Campbell Coyle. 44.79 is the meet and HCAC record, swam last year by J.J. Holmes.
By the way, when you mention these swimmers here, it's a 2-school race between Rose and Franklin. Should be interesting with you mentioned the Coyle time, very strong earlier today, only a sophomore. You know, when they were walking out, I was kind of watching them. You don't want to smile or anything. You got to look tough right there. You got to be intimidating when you walk up there to the podium and get ready to swim.
Yeah, swimming sprinters got to look angry.
Yeah.
A little bit of anger.
That's
there,
right.
You know?
You mean business when you're walking into this facility, especially when you're walking that stretch there to the area where you're going to compete. So,
and as you noted, Troy, there are 4 swimmers from Rose-Hulman in this event, 3 swimmers from Franklin, and that's it for representation here in the championship final of the men's 100. So Campbell Coyle in lane 5. He had the fastest prelim time at 46.35. And Troy, look at that water churn behind the powerful kicks of these young men.
Yeah, it's quite a wave there hitting the wall, wasn't it? Yeah, they're really turning it on here.
Some speed on the outside down here in lane 8. That's John Hasquin right now.
Well, the question is, can Hasquin continue to put up that pace? And you see there on the turn, he couldn't.
Coyle was 0.2 of a second faster on the first split. And we have got a race. It's Coyle in lane 5 and Fletcher in lane 6. Can Coyle close the deal? Who gets to the wall first? It is Nikolic in lane number 2. Some outside smoke, 46.44 to take first place. What a close by Nikolic, 46.55. Good enough for second for Coyle. Third place goes to Fletcher, 46.75. But how about Ryan Nikolic, the senior from Rose-Hulman, 46.44, with an unbelievable final 25 to take the championship.
Yeah, he was on fire down the backstretch, and he was as strong as you would be tonight. That kind of caught a few people by surprise. You kind of hear the cheering in the background, but boy, Rose-Hulman well represented, and both these schools were really very strong. But how about Nikolic? That was an excellent run.
Ryan Nikolic, the senior from Rose-Hulman, 46.44 to win the 100 free championship. Second place goes to sophomore Campbell Coyle from Franklin, and Vincent Fletcher the senior from Franklin, finishes third.
Yeah, that was fun because, as you said, they were producing a lot of energy in the water right there, especially that first turn. That wave that hit the wall was incredible because they were all together and that close they were. And, I thought Hasquin, when he got off to that fast start, looked like he might make some waves right there, you might say. But once he made the turn, you could kind of tell he kind of fell off the pace there a little bit. But that would have been a hard pace for anybody to keep up, for sure.
We'll have some awards coming up here momentarily for the 200 backstroke events that were just held a couple of minutes ago. It'll be the women first, followed by the men. Our women's champion in the 200 backstroke was Kaylee McCafferty. 2:09.22 was her time.
This is the award ceremony for
We'll
women.
start the awards now.
Finishing in seventh from Manchester,
Eamon Lynch, 7th place for Manchester.
Finishing sixth from Rose-Hulman,
Maria Belreshka, 6th place from Rose-Hulman, freshman there at Rose.
In fifth from Anderson,
Maddie Hopp finishing 5th. 4th place is Sophie Ritzenthaler. 3rd place will be Natalia Pumpers, the senior from Rose-Hulman.
Finishing third from Rose-Hulman, Natalia Pumpers.
There's Natalia right there.
In second place from Franklin College,
Jillian Antle, 2nd place finisher, the freshman from Franklin. And the champion coming now, Kaylee McCafferty, the senior from Franklin. 2:09.22 was her championship time.
Okay, see Franklin, they're taking 1 and 2. Just continually adding up the points. 687. That'll be enough to win this one here tonight. They have a huge lead over Transylvania at 608. So it'd take a strong finish for Transylvania the rest of the way.
Men's scores, Rose still leading the way, 702 points for them. Franklin in second, 552. Troy mentioned the women's team scores. Franklin 687, Transylvania 608, Rose-Hulman 492. That's 1, 2, and 3 on the women's side. Next up for the men. Get their awards for the 200 backstroke. Noah Singleton in 7th from Anderson.
Finishing sixth from Rose,
Tomaso Calviello, 6th place from Rose-Hulman, just a freshman.
Finishing fifth from Franklin,
Logan Parker, 5th place, the senior from Franklin.
Finishing fourth from Rose,
Will Kenyon, sophomore from Rose-Hulman, 4th place. 3rd place is Caleb Munger, just a sophomore at Rose. Jack Burke, 2nd place, the junior from Franklin, and what was a really great race between Jack Burke and Cole Brannick.
with a new meet record of 151.21, Jack Berkey. And your champion, the men's 2023 HCAC Swimming and Diving Champion, with a newer meet record, 150.67 from Transylvania.
There's
Brannick.
Cole Brannick, the freshman from Transylvania. 150.67 was his championship time, and as we talked about, a new meet record by a second and a half. That record was set back in 2018 by Ben Stone.
So you'd be a freshman knowing that you still have 3 years get bigger, you get stronger as you go along. It could be an interesting career for that young man.
This is the consolation fight for the women's 200-yard breaststroke.
Now we get set for the women's 200-yard breaststroke consolation final first. Lane assignments: Lily Dorr in lane number 2, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Maddie Broering in lane 3, sophomore from Transylvania. Freshman from Rose-Hulman in lane number 4, that's Allison Kirk. Her freshman teammate Annie Doherty in lane 5. Junior from Transylvania, Grace Vogel in 6. Lane 7 sees Amelia Austin, the freshman from Hanover, and Abby Corbley in lane number 8, sophomore from Anderson.
You look at Doherty, wasn't that far off in her time to perhaps qualify one of the top 8 spots in the championship final, so she's going to be strong in this one. She's a couple of seconds stronger than Vogel out of Transylvania. And that's why Doherty gets that number 5 lane. And again, when we mentioned so many times how many freshmen have been big in this championship, Doherty giving points there to Rose and chance to give it even more points here in this consolation final.
You see up in lane number 3 right now, that's Maddie Broering in lane 3. Sophomore from Transylvania. So it's Broering in lane 3 and Doherty in lane 5 right now, leading the way. Now things starting to bunch up as Allison Kirk has entered into the mix there in lane number 4.
Yeah, but good turn there by Doherty. As we mentioned, she swam strong earlier, but just missed the mark. I mean, less than a second when you consider that Heather Karm of Anderson was at 2:41.43, so she wasn't too far off at 2:40.63 from being in that championship final, so she's very strong.
Now it's the freshman teammates, Allison Kirk and Annie Doherty, leading the way, and Kirk trying to close in on her teammate.
And getting plenty of encouragement from her other teammates standing on the sidelines.
See what the time is, but it looks like it'll be Doherty to the wall first, and then Kirk. And her time, 2:41.18 first place, 2:42.08 second place. Rose goes 1-2. Broering finishes third, 2:46.06. Fourth place goes to Vogel, fifth to Austin. Sixth place will go to Corbley in lane 8. And seventh place will go to Doherty in lane number 2 with a 3:06.82, but it's Doherty, 2:41.18 to take the consolation final.
Yeah, 2 freshmen. Yeah, Doherty and Kirk, both from Rose. Have strong futures right there. Maybe Vogel didn't swim as well as she had hoped, but Vogel's still able to finish strong. So as we kind of expected that one to go, with Doherty picking up the win.
Get set for our championship final. Somebody huge fan of Fergie, and that somebody is going to be Reagan Hendricks, who's going to be in lane number 5. She's our seed leader coming into the championship final. 2:30.62 was her prelim time. Our lane assignments: Heather Karm in lane number 2, junior from Anderson. Leah Granis in lane number 3, the freshman from Transylvania. From Rose-Hulman and a junior, Hayden Maddock in lane number 4. I mentioned Reagan Hendricks in lane number 5, the sophomore from Franklin. Becky Pfeiffer in lane 6, the junior from Franklin. Olivia Grinke in lane number 7, Transylvanian junior. And also a junior in lane number 8 from Rose-Hulman, Lauren Meyer. As I mentioned, 2:30.62 was Hendricks' time in the prelim. 2:24.57, the meet record set in 2018 by Sarah Harley.
Well, Hendricks, again, another youngster, only a sophomore. And you mentioned her time at 2:30.62, which was actually about 3 seconds faster than Pfizer teammates. So this will be, or Pfeiffer, excuse me. So this will be interesting to see with Hendricks, probably the favorite in this one. We haven't seen very many upsets so far tonight, but this is the championship final. And it does make a big difference now.
As I mentioned, Reagan Hendricks in lane number 5 from Franklin. Her teammate Becky Pfeiffer is in lane 6, and from Rose-Hulman in lane number 4 is Hayden Maddock. They were by far the 3 fastest in the prelims. And a good start in lane number 4 for Hayden Maddock. As well, up in lane number 2, Heather Karm out to a great start.
Boy, so much can be determined by that first turn. And you get a strong turn and get a decent lead right here, and you can maintain. Could be really big here for Hendricks.
We'll watch where our splits are as they come to the wall here. And it's Karm first place, Hendricks second place. 0.03 of a second splitting them there after the first 50.
But now can Karm maintain? Now she's a little bit behind right here, there at lane number 2. But you can kind of tell now Hendricks just a slight lead.
Yep, about a half a body length lead right now. Karm still running in second place up in lane number 2. Midway point, and it's Hendricks still with the lead. Karm trying to stay pace. Lanes 4 and lane 6, they're starting to come. That's Hayden Maddock in lane 4, Becky Pfeiffer in lane 6.
Yeah, Pfeiffer strong here down the stretch. Probably not going to catch the leader right here.
We're watching Reagan Hendricks now in lane number 5, starting to pull away a little bit from the pack. Becky Pfeiffer starting to make a move in lane number 6.
Boy, Karm was strong in that first turn and is kind of fallen off a little bit right here.
We're watching Hendricks there in lane 5. We'll watch the time. She hits the wall at 2:10. Can she get a home? Well, it's Reagan Hendricks with the lead.
Going to be close to that 2:30.62 earlier.
And it will be Reagan Hendricks first of all, 2:30.94. Second place goes to Pfeiffer, 2:33.09. Third place goes to Karm in lane number 2. She closes the deal, 2:36.52. Fourth place goes to Maddock, 2:36.53. So 1/100th of a second separates third and fourth.
But how about Heather Karm, though? She had the 2:41.43 was the slowest of all the times of the 8 swimmers, and yet she was strong tonight, ended up finishing this one in third, so congratulations to her. But Hendricks just, again, too strong down the backstretch and picks up a big win there for Franklin College.
So it's Hendricks first, Pfeiffer second, Karm third, Maddock fourth, Meyer fifth, Grana sixth, and Olivia Grinke seventh. Now it's time for our consolation final in the men's 200 breaststroke. Lane assignments here in lane number 3. Nathan Neppel, freshman from Rose-Hulman. Sophomore from Manchester, Jacob Stauffer in lane 4. David Lang in lane number 5, senior from Anderson. Parker York in lane 6, sophomore from Manchester, and Charlie Sue's in lane number 7, the freshman from Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, Lang Strong out of Anderson, a senior. He was just a few hundredths of a second off of making the championship final, and if you go by the numbers earlier today in the prelims, he certainly would be a favorite here, but you have that sophomore Parker York out of Manchester right next to him, as you said, in lane number 6. So those two, those will really be the two to watch in this one.
Parker York is out strong there in lane 6. You see Charlie Sue right next to him in lane 7 from Rose-Hulman. So right now we're looking at lane 6, lane 7, York and Sue.
Yeah, York very strong as well, as you see him there in lane 6. Might give us a little surprise here in this one.
He swam, York swam 2:16.15 in the prelims. We'll see now lane 5, David Lang starting to make a move as well.
Yes, he is. In fact, I was just watching him a moment ago, and I thought, boy, he's going to have to be really strong here if he's going to make any headway.
And he's looking strong right now. Can he make the turn and close the gap? He's still got about a half a body length to go. David Lang in lane 5 trying to come from behind here. It's Parker York in lane number 6.
Oh.
And it's going to be Lang to the wall first, 2:14.14. York second, 2:14.20.
Wow.
0.06 of a second. Second place or third place goes to Sue, 2:16.57. Fourth place to Nepal. Fifth place goes to Stauffer.
Yeah, what a finish there for Lang when he made that turn down the backstretch. I wasn't sure he was going to make it there at the very end, but he finished strong. And when you talk about that little of time between Lang and York, it was just that close, but a great run there at the end by Lang.
Yeah, great finish there by David Lang. Now we get ready for the championship final in 200 breaststroke, and I'm really digging these song choices, guys. Now a little Baja Man, who let the dogs out? Come on, let's get it. Hey, this won a Grammy. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, multiple-time Grammy winner, the Baja Man.
Wow. Well, no wonder he picked that song.
Championship final. The gentleman that picked this song, that's Carter Kurtz. He's going to be in lane number 5, the freshman from Rose-Hulman. This is another instance where it's going to be all Rose and Franklin in the final. Lane assignments, Mateo Calvillo, easy for me to say, freshman from Rose-Hulman. Brian Beasley is going to be in lane number 3, freshman from Rose-Hulman. Freshman from Franklin in lane 4, Tyler Wood. I mentioned Carter Kurtz. He's going to be in lane 5, the freshman from Rose. Sophomore from Rose-Hulman, Vinit Renate is in lane number 6. John Carter Chappell in lane 7, the sophomore from Franklin. And Kyle Halflick in lane number 8, the senior from Franklin. And the senior is the outlier here. He is the only upperclassman. We've got 4 freshmen, 2 sophomores, and 1 senior. And as I mentioned, everyone participating in this championship final, either a student at Rose-Hulman or a student at Franklin.
As we have seen before, and again, we're talking about a lot of youngsters. And Kurtz had that good run earlier at 2:04.76, but Renati will be pretty tough. The sophomore out of Rose right next to his teammate. Now, there's not a lot of time, but those two, again, from what you looked earlier at the preliminaries, they were the 2 strongest, and it could be a 2-horse race right here.
And you mentioned it, 2:04.76, the prelim time. Meet record, 2:03.86. That's also the HCAC conference record, and that is right in the crosshairs of both Carter Kurtz and Vinit Renate.
Yeah, Kurt's not far off. Earlier today, could be his night to do it.
Renate out strong to start, first 25. And a really strong turn for Renate off the wall.
Yeah, he looks really strong here. I mean, he's got a little bit of a lead. Can he maintain it? That's the question. Because he was, again, you look at those first two turns, he was very good.
So it's Kurtz in lane 5, Renate in lane 6. Renate with the advantage. Kurtz running in second. Third place right now is John Carter Chappell in lane 7. Tyler Wood is in lane 4. He's also in the mix for third.
Yeah, he stays under. You talk about Renate, he stays under a long time. That might be where he's getting the advantage.
Strong underwater work there by Renate. We're going to watch the time here as he makes this turn into the final 50. He hits the wall at 1:30.
Well, Kurtz is really going to have to pick it up here. He's got a long way to go to catch him.
Renate with the lead. Kurtz in second. We're watching the clock here for Renate. 1:55 right now. He's got the championship. It looks like Kurtz closing strong as Kurtz. Who will get to the wall first? It's going to be Renate first, 2:04.55. Kurtz in second, 2:04.64. Third place goes to Wood, 2:06.28. Fourth goes to Chappell. Fifth goes to Beasley. Sixth goes to Halfich. And seventh goes to Calviello.
I tell you what, if Renate didn't have that strong beginning and stay consistent in the middle, because Carter Kurtz had a great finish and nearly caught Renate. So that was a great swim there by Kurtz. And just a freshman, and you talk about a sophomore and a freshman right there, and those guys are going to be tough in the next couple of years. Of course, you talk about Beasley as well. They were going to be tough. So, I'd love to know that, that I have these guys coming back for the next couple of years.
So Vineet Renate wins the men's 200 breaststroke, 2:04.55 his championship time. Second place goes to Carter Kurtz. Third to Tyler Wood. Fourth goes to John Carter Chappell. Fifth, Brian Beasley. Sixth, Kyle Halfick. And seventh, Mateo Calviello. Take a look there at Renate. Absolutely gassed after that.
Well, I don't blame him a bit. He probably right there swam the race of his life.
You talked about Kurtz's close, an unbelievable final 25 for Kurtz just to get back into the mix, but it was 1/10 of a second difference separating Renate and Kurtz for the championship. In a couple of moments, we'll see our award ceremony for the 100 freestyles, women's first, followed by the men.
There must be something about our location right here that everybody stands in front of us.
Just right here?
Yeah, right here. You notice how they're back again.
It's the nature of attraction over here, Troy. You know what I mean? It's just natural. It's just natural.
It's kind of like when you're parking in a parking lot and you park way out out amongst the trees, and all of a sudden everybody else is parking there too.
Yeah, trendsetters.
It is, yeah. Not that you would think that maybe we need to see the scoreboard or anything, or the fans behind us want to see the scoreboard, but.
There's the awards coming for the women's freestyle. 7th place in the women's freestyle there. Pardon me, 5th right there in the women's free. That is Mary Grace Thompson. 4th place is Kennedy Minter. 3rd place coming from Transylvania, Charlotte Green. Second place from Hanover, Elise Anderson. And your Our championship winner, senior from Transylvania, Sammy Monarch, swam a 54 even, 54 flat on her time. Good look there at the top 7.
There's so much to be said when you get a chance to stand on that podium, not only if you're a senior knowing that you're going to swim again, because if you end up in the NCAAs, it's quite an honor there, but if you're an underclassman and you gain so much experience by being here, you kind of know next time you know your way around a little bit better, and when you have that kind of experience, it can make such a huge difference down the stretch.
Now the awards for the men's 100 free.
Finishing in 7th from Franklin,
John Hasquin in 7th. Junior from Franklin.
Finishing 6th from Rose,
Christian Cesari, and he was in lane 7. He finishes 6th.
Finishing 5th from Rose,
Sam West, 5th place. Aiden Carter, also from Rose, a freshman, 4th place. 3rd place, senior from Franklin, Vincent Fletcher.
Finishing 3rd from Franklin, Vincent Fletcher.
2nd place, sophomore from Franklin, Campbell Coyle.
Finishing in 2nd from Franklin, Campbell Coyle.
And our championship winner, senior from Rose, Ryan Nikolic.
Yeah, what a race he had. Kind of caught a few of us by surprise, but he was very impressive tonight. There you go. That's how you get up on the number 1 spot. You don't have anybody assist you. Now, if he'd have jumped up there, it'd have been better, but.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's an exercise that if Thad tries that, there's a definite injury coming.
You get a run at it, though. My luck, I'd hit it and fall back into the water.
Next up, women's 200 butterfly, consolation final first. Lane number 2, Caroline Smith, sophomore from Transylvania. Raya Marati in lane number 3 from Rose-Hulman. Lauren Shane in lane 4 from Anderson. Aria Ziegler in lane number 5, the senior from Rose-Hulman. Franklin College's junior Megan Mickenzinger in lane number 6. Morgan Green in lane 7, the junior from Transylvania. And Kinsey Hoover in lane 8, senior from Manchester.
This is a little bit of a change from what you've seen earlier, where we have a couple of seniors, we've got juniors, so a lot of upperclassmen here in the consolation final. None of them really, when you look at their times from the prelims, were very close to the championship final, because we're going to see a lot of very, very tough swimmers in that championship final, but still nonetheless, chance to gain yourself some points right here. But Ziegler, the senior, the one to watch, as she is the top out of the prelims at 2:40.01. You know what I like about Transylvania is that their warm-ups look like hockey sweaters.
Yeah, they got hockey sweaters. They look awesome.
And they look like the Blackhawks, which is also very, very good. I wonder if I could maybe get one of those off of them.
I think we can talk to somebody.
I mean, we need some swag too, Ben could use some, I'm sure, as he's watching his. Oh, you're a Hoosier fan too, so.
That's right.
Both. I'm surrounded by 2 Hoosiers, and I'm a Wolverine fan, so we have our eye on swimming and our eye on basketball.
We'll see who gets a ride home later. Megan Meinzinger in lane number 6 leads the way, but Aria Ziegler in lane 5 has really closed the gap, and now they are swimming neck and neck.
Yeah, you find out. I mean, we always talk about how strong you start, but it's that consistency in the middle, and then you get that kick at the end.
Ziegler has now taken the lead as they enter into the final 50.
You kind of noticed there the turn for Ziegler wasn't very strong. I mean, it was kind of a slow turn, but it's still enough to give her a body length lead.
That's Aria Ziegler in lane number 5, the senior from Rose-Hulman from Brownsburg, Indiana.
Times are not going to be extremely good right here, but looks like Ziegler going to dominate this race more than a body length now.
Ziegler's going to close this one out. She takes the consolation final with a time of 2:38.62. Betters her time from the prelim as well.
Yeah, strong finish for Ziegler. Stronger again than her prelim numbers earlier. But a nice win there for Rose.
Second place goes to Meinzinger. Third place goes to Green in lane number 7. So our finals in the consolation. Aria Ziegler first, Meisinger in second, Green in third. Fourth place goes to Lauren Shane. Fifth to Raya Maradi. Sixth place goes to Kinsey Hoover. And seventh place to Caroline Smith. Go to the championship final now, the women's 200 butterfly. As the athletes march out, lane number 2 will be Allison Kirk, freshman from Rose-Hulman. Her senior teammates will be right next to her, Tori Kinnaman in lane number 3 and Brooke Covert in lane number 4, both Rose-Hulman seniors. Samantha Phillips will be in lane 5, the sophomore from Franklin. Aaron Perkins, freshman from Franklin, will be in lane number 6. Couple of Transylvania student athletes in lane 7 and lane 8. It'll be Grayson Bray in lane 7, the senior, and sophomore Caitlin Gray in lane number 8. Samantha Phillips, the fastest time in the prelims, 2:11.44, the sophomore from Franklin. Of note, she set the meet record last year at this championship, 2:08.53. So Phillips looking to go back-to-back here in the 200 butterfly.
You know, earlier in the prelims, really not even that close. You figure she's at 2:11.44, and everybody else is 2:21, 2:27, 2:26. So she dominated the prelims and certainly would have to be the favorite here. What is interesting, as you said, sets the record last year as a freshman coming back, and she was only a few seconds off of her meet record last year. And we saw earlier where a swimmer ended up not only breaking his record, doing it 2 years in a row. So don't be surprised if you see Phillips right here come very close to doing it again.
Off into the pool. As I mentioned, Phillips is going to be in lane number 5. She is what we would call the prohibitive favorite right now in this event, and she is out strong.
Yeah, I mean, from the very beginning. I mean, you're talking about already a body length lead.
We'll watch the splits here to see how close she is to that meet record. 28.29 was where she was at after the first 50.
Now, if she keeps up this pace, 2:08.53 is well within reach.
We'll just note that the conference record is 2:06.93, set back in 2016.
I mean, you think she had about a body length lead the last turn, and now look how much it is expanded right here.
We'll see where she's at with 50 yards left to go. as she comes to the wall.
Every other swimmer had not made the turn by the time she was about a quarter of the way down.
She hits the wall at 133. This is going to be close here, Troy.
Yep.
Watching the clock. Meet record 208.53. Conference record 206.93. And it's Samantha Phillips to the wall. Let's watch her time. She punches the wall, and she is in at 206.99. Misses the conference record by 0.06 of a second. Crushes her meet record from last year.
That is amazing. And boy, I tell you what, not only does she have a fast start, but between the start and the finish, it was incredible the way she turned it on. I mean, it was a body length lead at one point, and she made the turn, and by the time that she was about a quarter of the way down, the other swimmers were just getting to the wall. And that was a great, great swim there by Phillips.
Second place will go to Aaron Perkins. Third place goes to Brooke Covert. Fourth place, Tori Kinnaman. Fifth place, Grayson Bray. Sixth place, Allison Kirk. And seventh place goes to Caitlin Gray. 206.99, the championship time for Samantha Phillips, and also a new HCAC meet record.
Well, we've seen a couple of those today. They love swimming here. You get a pretty good idea that able to set another record. They've put us some really fast times across the board.
Men's 200 butterfly coming up next. Consolation final. In lane 4, Mason Howard, freshman from Transylvania. Heath Thomas in lane number 5, sophomore from Rose-Hulman. And Michael Collins in lane 6, freshman from Anderson.
Yeah, it's Thomas, another youngster. In fact, all three, freshmen, 2 freshmen, a sophomore. But Thomas, probably the prohibitive favorite in this one. He had a good time earlier today at 2:02.59 to come into this one. He went too far off of making the championship round, so just a few hundredths of a second off at 2:02.29. The good news here, if you're only one of 3 swimmers, you can basically keep an eye on the other 2 competitors a lot easier than you can with 6 or 7 others.
Out to the lead, Mason Howard in lane number 4. His prelim time was 2:05.98.
Yeah, well, he's swimming better than he really did earlier. But then keep an eye on Thomas there in the middle. He's starting to make up a little bit of ground here.
So it's still Howard out in front. Collins is closing, however.
Yeah, I think he's right there neck and neck. As you say earlier, it was a good turn. See how strong he can be right here. Yeah, now there you see it.
We'll see who's going to get to the wall first. Consolation final, 200-yard butterfly. And it's going to be Howard, 2:03.98. Collins, 2:04.10. And then Thomas, 2:08.65.
So that was a nice run there by Mason Howard. Collins again finishing very strong, just a freshman.
And now let's hear it for the championship finalists of the men's 200-yard butterfly.
Now we get set for the championship final in the 200 fly. As the athletes begin to march in. It's going to be Michael DeBartolo in lane number 2, freshman from Manchester. Ben Hall in lane 3, sophomore from Anderson. Blaze Smartwood, the freshman from Rose-Hulman, will be in lane 4. The junior from Franklin, Cosmo Wojak in lane number 5. Nick Edwards in lane 6, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman. junior from Franklin, Luke Becker, will be in lane number 7. Noah Lockhart in lane 8, the sophomore from Rose-Hulman. Cosmo Wojak in lane number 5. He was the fastest in the prelims, 1:53.39. He set the meet record last year, 1:50.97 was his time on the way to the championship last year as a sophomore.
Well, if we would start an all-name team, it'd be Cosmo Wojak. I mean, how can you go wrong with that, right?
He's the top of the leaderboard, definitely.
Yeah, you don't see many people named Cosmo other than maybe on Cosmo Kramer on Seinfeld. But if you can name your kid Cosmo Wojak and he can be a top-notch swimmer like he is, that you can do that.
It wins all the way around.
It's like basketball. If you're the one guy on the team that's wearing those neon yellow shoes and nobody else is, well, you better be able to play, right?
Right.
In lane 5 from Franklin, Cosmo Wojak. In lane 6 for Rose, Nick Edwards.
So Wojak swam a 1:53.39 in the prelims. 2 other swimmers were under 1:57. That was Nick Edwards in lane 6 and Blaze Smartwood in lane number 4. Again, championship final, men's 200 butterfly.
By the way, as you mentioned, again, Wojak, the HCAC meet record setter at 1:50.97, so in too far off the mark, still a little bit, but let's see how strong he'll be in this one.
He's off to a good start there, middle of the pool in lane number 5. Nick Edwards off to a good start in lane 6, the sophomore from Rose. Now Wojak starting to spread the lead out just a little bit.
Yeah, you're talking about over a body length now. He's just strong. I mean, look at him right there.
It is very tight now behind Wojak. The battle for second is increasing here as we got 4 swimmers there in the mix for second place, but Wojak leads the way.
Well, if you looked at the times early, you can see why, because they were all very close in their prelims.
Well, he's going to have to really kick it in if he wants a chance at the record here as he makes the turn for his final 50. Record 1:50.97.
Yeah, he's really going to have to turn it on. Well, this is the key right here now.
Wojak, final turn. He's got a chance. He's at 140. Can he get to the wall? He's going to close in on it here, Troy, and he's going to get it.
Boy, what a finish.
1:48.56. A championship time and a record time. Cosmo Wojak does it again.
Now, we've seen it now, 3 times tonight. And it really came down. He was so strong in the middle, but when he got down the backstretch there, he was just extremely strong. And you kind of looked at it thinking, boy, he's going to shatter that record, not just break it.
So it is Cosmo Wojak, 1:48.56, the championship time, breaks his own meet record that he set last year. Second place goes to Blaze Smartwood. Third to Nick Edwards. Fourth place, Noah Lockhart. Fifth place, Ben Hall. Sixth place, Michael DeBartolo. And seventh place, Luke Becker.
And now have the awards for the men's and women's 200-yard breaststroke.
Go back now to the pool deck. It's going to be the award ceremony for the men's and women's 200 butterfly. Or pardon me, it'll be the men's and women's 200 breaststroke. Good look there at Cosmo Wojak.
Again, we'll be doing the awards for the men and women's 200-yard breast and men's and women's 200-yard fly.
So we'll have awards here for both breaststroke and butterfly.
This is the award ceremony for the women's 200-yard breaststroke, finishing in 7th from Transylvania.
Women's 200 breaststroke being announced now, 7th place. Olivia Grinke.
Finishing 6th from
6th place is Leah Granis. Leia Granis.
Finishing 5th from Rose-Hulman, Lauren Meyer.
5th place, Lauren Meyer from Rose-Hulman. 4th place, Hayden Maddock.
Hayden Maddock.
3rd place, Heather Carm, the junior from Anderson.
Finishing 3rd from Anderson, Heather Carm. Finishing in 2nd.
2nd place, Becky Pfeiffer, the junior from Franklin.
And your 2023 HCAC.
And the champion, Reagan Hendricks, sophomore from Franklin, 2:30.94 was her time.
Reagan Hendricks.
Boy, Franklin, you can see why they're as strong as they are, and just kind of one of those programs that reloads every year, and they got so much youth on this team that they're going to be probably the favorite again next year.
Next up is the award ceremony for the men's 200-yard breaststroke.
Next up will be the awards for the men's 200 breaststroke. Reminder, coming up, we'll have the awards for the men's breaststroke, then we'll have men's and women's butterfly awards, followed by the diving competition. And then to cap off the night, we will have the men's and women's 400 freestyle relay.
Finishing 7th from Rose-Hulman, Mateo Calviello.
Men's breaststroke, 7th place, Mateo Calviello.
Finishing 6th from Franklin, Kyle Hayflick.
6th place goes to Kyle Hayflick from Franklin.
In 5th place from Rose-Hulman, Brian Beasley.
5th place to Brian Beasley, freshman from Rose. 4th place, John Carter Chappell, sophomore from Franklin College. 3rd place to freshman from Franklin, Tyler Wood.
Tyler Wood. In 2nd from Rose-Hulman, Carter.
2nd place, Carter Kurtz, freshman from Rose.
And your 2023 HCAC.
And the champion, Vinit Renate, sophomore from Rose-Hulman, his championship time, 2:04.55.
Yeah, he had that strong finish, so Kurtz nearly caught him, but yeah, Vinit really swam a great race to pick up the championship.
The awards for the butterflies will be next.
Again, guys will be competing against each other for a long time.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Only one senior was in that event. Everyone else was a freshman or a sophomore.
We'll now do the awards for the women's 200-yard butterfly.
Now we'll go to the women's 200 butterfly awards. A couple final pictures there by the Rose-Hulman athletes. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, well, when you see Samantha Phillips coming up here in a couple of moments, I mean, what a strong race she had in the finals there, and she was up against a couple of seniors, and of course that whole group of Franklin College swimmers in there, and of course Rose was in there, one from Transylvania, but boy, was she just spectacular.
There's Caitlin Gray. She was 7th place from Franklin. Allison Kirk from Rose-Hulman finished in 6th. Grayson Bray, 5th place from Transylvania.
Finishing 4th from Rose-Hulman, Tori Kinnaman.
4th place, Tori Kinnaman from Rose. Third place goes to Brooke Covert, senior from Rose-Hulman. Second place, Aaron Perkins, freshman from Franklin.
And your 2023 HCAC swimming and diving.
And your champion in the women's 200 butterfly, Samantha Phillips, the sophomore from Franklin. As we talked about, she goes back-to-back conference champion and back-to-back setting a new meet record, this time 2:06.99.
Not even a reason to believe that how good she's going to be in her junior and senior years, that she'll be setting more records in the future. But I tell you what, if I'm one of her teammates, what a bar to have to go to try to match, huh?
Right. Not only back-to-back conference champion, but back-to-back record-setting championships as well.
Yeah. Well, what is interesting, we talked about the youngsters, and I know you're ready to get to event 37, but it's just impressive how many young swimmers there are in this conference that, I mean, they're going to be challenging a lot of records in the next couple of years. So the coaches that are recruiting these student athletes are doing a fantastic job.
This is our awards for the men's 200 butterfly. 7th place goes to Luke Becker from Franklin. 6th place, Michael DeBartolo from Manchester. 5th place from Anderson goes to Ben Hall. 4th place from Rose, Noah Lockhart.
Finishing 3rd from Rose-Hulman, Nick Edwards.
3rd place from Rose-Hulman, Nick Edwards.
Finishing in 2nd from Rose-Hulman, Blaze Smartwood.
2nd place from Rose-Hulman, Blaze Smartwood.
This one's going to take me just a second. So, the 2023 HCAC swimming and diving champion in the men's 200-yard butterfly with a new meet record and provisional B cut for the NCAA Division III championships of 1 minute 48.56 seconds from Franklin.
And that's Cosmo Wojak coming up, the junior from Franklin. We talked about the meet record, 1:48.56. PA announcer notifies us that's a provisional B cut for the NCAA championship. So hopefully Cosmo gets in and can do some damage for the HCAC at the NCAA Division III championships.
Yeah, what an honor that is. And sure, it's nice to hear that as you're heading toward that top spot there on the podium. So congratulations to Cosmo, because he really swam well tonight.
Yeah, very impressive performance.
The competition pool is open. The diving one pool is closed.
Yeah, we're going to step aside here momentarily. When we come back, we'll get you set for the diving competition coming up. 7 divers with 6 dives coming up. It's the HCAC Swim and Dive Championships on IndianaSRN.
My name is Brittany. A little thing I love about the egg white grill is the toasty English muffin. It's toasted perfectly. It's just a little crispy, but not like hard crispy, but just crispy enough that when you bite into it, everything is perfect.
My name is Curtis, and I love the egg white grill because the egg itself, it's like soft and fluffy, like a pillow. I wouldn't eat my pillow, but I'd eat the Chick-fil-A breakfast egg white sandwich for sure.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
Sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Back here in Terre Haute, HCAC Swim and Dive Conference Championship. The divers getting ready to participate in the men's 3-meter diving competition. Marching in and getting set. We'll have 7 divers, as I mentioned. 6 dives coming up. After the prelims, Gage Creech, senior from Franklin, leads the way, 485.70 total points. Garrett Craycraft, the junior from Transylvania, he's in second, 367.60. Cameron Baker, the junior from Franklin's in third, 367.05. Matthew Hayward is in fourth, the junior from Anderson. Cameron Gilbreth, the senior from Franklin, is in fifth. John Dinkle, sophomore from Rose-Hulman, is in sixth. And seventh, Ballard Wheatley, freshman from Transylvania.
El Creech will be tough to beat. You saw, we mentioned his numbers already from earlier in competition. And he has a very, very safe lead, you might say, going into this final. You look at Franklin with 3 different divers. Chance to put more points on the board here for second place. They're not going to catch Rose-Hulman. And it looks like they now have a safe enough distance on Transylvania for that number 3 spot, or number 2 spot for Transylvania becoming in at number 3. So I'm curious, how many dives do they get? They get 6 different dives right here.
We got a warm-up session here as the divers are coming up. So as we talked about, Gage Creech first after the prelims, 485.70. So he has got a 122-point lead, essentially, or pardon me, 118-point lead.
Guess we're just kind of waiting for the warm-up session to be over.
So again, we'll run through the list. Gage Creech, senior from Franklin. Garrett Craycraft, junior from Transylvania. Cameron Baker, junior from Franklin. And this is going to be Gage Creech coming up to the board now for his first dive here in the finals.
Well, met the approval of his teammates.
Very smooth entry into the water there for Creech.
And we were looking to see where they were listing the scores, but they didn't put them up on. There we go.
Now,
everything pretty much a 6.5. We're listing the points it will take for Hayward here. Needs 88.20 to overtake the leader, but that was not his best dive.
that was Matthew Hayward. Little over rotation.
And you'll be able to tell by when the scores pop up here that, yeah, he got a lot of, his best was 4.5, and that was probably a little generous.
This is Gilbreth. Cameron Gilbreth.
He chooses 108.15 points to catch the leader. He'd have to be almost perfect here. You're in the finals. It's a good start. Get some good scores off this one.
38.85.
Ended up with a 7.5 by one of the judges.
Dinkle is up next.
You know, these divers had to wait a long time to do this, didn't they? I was watching them warm up earlier, and that was even over an hour ago. Of course, it also depends on the difficulty of the dive. Judges take that into consideration. Not bad.
24 even. Next up is Craycraft.
Of course, we can see it on the scoreboard. They list the difficulty of the dive at a 2.4 for Craycraft. Oop, a little bit overextended on that one. So again, the higher the difficulty, and if you can certainly master the dive, you'll end up with more points.
28.80.
Yeah, you mentioned the 6 dives they have between each of the divers, then you got to wait and see what you have to adjust or will your dive be more difficult the next time around to try to gain those points.
This is Wheatley.
Yeah, I think he extended way too far away from the board there. And once he did that, his legs took over and couldn't overcorrect at that time. But his dive needs to be closer to the board, and he was just too far out. Scores show that too.
Yeah, his total is 15 points.
So now you're back to Creech. So here's the guy you've got to beat. His difficulty in only a 2.0 on this one.
Creech with a feet first entry on that one. That was dive 204C. 41 points on the total there for Creech.
And he just continues to build his lead. Well, Baker here is still a ways away, but his is a 2.7 on difficulty. I don't think that was bad, maybe till the very end. I thought he kind of opened up a little bit there.
Check the scores here. 40.50. Very good score there for Baker.
Hayward's is at a 2.2. Yeah, kind of overextended toward the end. You know, when you're looking at the dive, you're looking at that less splash, but his legs kind of carried him. That's not bad for a couple of judges. Really liked him.
Hayward with a 33 on that one. His last dive was a 26.45. Next up is Gilbreth, 38.85 on his previous dive.
That's a good one. He'll get a good score out of that dive.
Strong dive there by Gilbreth.
Might be the best one you've seen so far tonight.
Total 36 points there.
Yeah, he got an 8 and a 7, two of the higher scores. You think about the concentration that you need. Every kind of quiets down a little bit. I don't know if that's good or bad, but certainly want to stick a couple of these, get yourself up in the standings a little bit more before you have to approach the 5th and 6th dive. Not bad on that one.
See what the score is for Dinkle.
Got a little longer here to bring out the scores for Dinkle. There you go.
26.60. Next up is Craycraft.
Yeah, he needs a really strong one here. 2.1 on difficulty.
See what the score is there for Craycraft. 37.80 for him, so a strong dive there for him.
Of course, I would imagine from a standpoint, you got to kind of think you hold something in your bag of tricks. If you're going to make a strong dive and move up in the standings a little bit, you're going to have something of a very difficult nature. This is only a 1.8. Seeing you overextended a little bit there on the finish. You're not going to get many points on this one. Judges were very quick on that one. Only got 18. Wow.
18 points for that one.
Yeah, that hurts. You only got a 2 from one of the judges because, again, he just overextended. So.
Back to Creech, our leader.
Well, he's going to be tough to catch no matter what because he had a lot of points coming in. But, you know, his difficulty is at 2.5 on this one. If he nails it, it kind of could finish it off. Yeah, he did.
Oh, great dive there from Creech. Degree of difficulty 2.5 on that one. It should be a high total.
Yeah.
60 points.
Yeah, best of the night. All the judges, all 7 agreed. Got about 3 9s in there, too.
Back to Cameron Baker. Good dive there from Baker. 2.0 on the degree of difficulty.
He may have solidified that number 2.
37 points.
You know what's so different about the divers than the swimmers? You know, you're watching several swimmers at one time, but in diving, you got one guy up there. And everybody's focused on you. A little hard to hide the mistakes when you make them here.
This is Matthew Hayward.
That was strong.
Waiting on the total there for Hayward. 54 points.
Creech still at 347.05. He's got a really big lead on Hayward at 271.30, so it's a good dive. Wow.
1.6 on the degree of difficulty. .20. Next up is Dinkle. 302C is the dive. 1.7 the degree of difficulty. In a 28.05.
I think he'd take that at the 1.7 on the difficulty.
Craycraft here, Garrett Craycraft. .7 on the degree of difficulty there. And a point total 47.25.
Well, you're getting to the point now where if you're going to make a move, it's Creech's. He's going to win this thing, but now you're thinking about second on, so you need to be really strong here in your last couple of dives.
This is Ballard Wheatley. Point total 11.20. Back to Gage Creech. Halfway through our final dives here. So we've had three dives already. 3 more to come for each diver. Last one for Creech was 60 points, highest total that we've seen here in the finals.
Oh boy!
And another spectacular dive from Gage Creech.
He may top the 60, especially at 2.8. He nailed that one.
2.8 DD, as Troy mentioned, and a 63.
I'll take it, but I thought a couple of judges only gave him a 6.5. I thought that was really an excellent dive. I mean, I know he got more points in his third one, but I thought because of the difficulty on the dive, he might get a couple more points.
Good dive there from Baker. He received a 40.50 and a 37 his last 2 dives. This one a 43.20. So several strong dives in a row there.
And that's why he's
Baker.
number 2, right? Well, Hayward, it's a big dive for him, too, to try to get back into second place.
And a really good dive there from Hayward, 2.1.
I think it'll be probably enough to get him back up over Baker.
Score's a little slow coming in on this one.
I would say very slow.
So still waiting on that. DD on that last dive, 2.1. And 28.35 was the score.
So not enough for him to overtake Baker.
Gilbreth here.
I can hear some of the scores, probably not where he wanted that one to be.
24.65. Next up is Dinkle. DD on this one, 2.1.
Probably not his best one of the night.
And a 37.80.
But he did get more points, didn't he?
I think the DD on that one a little bit higher. Next up is Craycraft. And a 34.65. And that'll push him into third place right now. He's trailing Baker by 14 points.
You know, the good news there, if you're Craycraft after Baker, you kind of know then what you have to jump into second place.
This is Wheatley, final dive of the 4th round of dives here. We'll catch you up on the top 3 here after we see the scores for Wheatley.
Well, that was only 1.7 on the difficulty dive, so I don't think he's going to get a ton of points here.
Wait for the scores. 22.10. So our top three right now with 2 dives left. Creech with a 4:10.05. Baker 314.40 in second, and in third is Craycraft 300.70. Creech on the board. Another strong dive there by Gage Creech. $39.90 on that dive. Baker on the board. Baker's been very consistent over his last three. 40.50, 37, 43.20. We'll see what he gets on this one. DD on this one, 2.1. And a 32.55. Up next is Hayward.
Hayward had that good fourth dive, didn't he? Or third dive, excuse me, 54.
And a big-time dive there from Hayward. DD on that one, 2.4, and the crowd really liked that one.
Well, they should. That was an excellent dive there by Hayward. Might jump him into third, right?
He was just behind Craycraft before that dive. He was at 299.65. Craycraft in third at 300.70. So slight delay here, and a 52.80 for Hayward. That will temporarily put him into second place. A big jump there ahead of Baker. Craycraft still with his fifth dive to come, however. So we'll wait till the end of the round and we'll reset you before the final round of dives. This is Gilbreth.
Another good one.
And the score for Gilbreth, 34.80.
You know, a couple of those dives, it's kind of amazing to see the difference between one judge and another. I mean, you had a 4 and you had a 6.5. And I guess it can be subjective, right?
Dinkle on the board now. 258.80 his total before this dive. We'll wait on the scores. DD was 2.0 on that one.
I think his arms extended way out from his body. Seen that a couple of times from Dinkle. Have to be a little more compact.
28 even.
Yeah, once those arms start going out, I mean, it's hard to bring him back in.
So Craycraft, this is his fifth dive here in the finals. Before this, his point total 300.70. He was in third place after the fourth round of dives. Oh, and a strong drive here from Craycraft. Let's see what the score is going to be.
That'll probably end up being one of his better of the night. Yep.
And a 37. So that'll keep him in 4th place right now. So going into the final round of dives, Creech is in first from Franklin, 449.95. Hayward in second, 352.45. Baker in third, 346.95. So 6 points difference between second and third. And then Craycraft is just, I think, 7 points behind Baker for third. That was Wheatley on the board. 1.9 DD. And a 20.90. So we start our final round of dives here. Gage Creech. His last 4 dives, 41, 60, 63, 39.90. We'll see if Gage Creech can not only secure the championship here, but end on a high note. Final dive of his career, potentially, at Franklin College.
Well, this will score him some good points here, 2.8.
And yeah, let's say going to end on a high note there.
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah, he's going to wrap it up strong and really dominate this diving championship.
And a 60.20 score for Gage Creech, total of 510.15. He will be your 2023 HCAC diving 3-meter men's diving champion.
So now, close between second, third, and fourth. This is your number 3 guy right here.
A 2.4 DD here for Baker. Big opportunity.
I don't think his legs got above him the way they needed to. That'll probably cost him there.
So we'll see what the total is here for Baker. 28.80. Well,
he's kind of opened the door here for Hayward now. I mean, Hayward just slaps those thighs of his. He's all red. It looks like he's been in wrestling or something.
Hayward at a 52.80 his last dive. This dive a 2.1 on the degree of difficulty.
Yeah, just you don't need a great dive. Just make it a good dive. You're in second. There you go.
Solid performance there from Hayward. He waits the score.
He only needed about 23 to get over, and he demolished that.
46.20 moves him into second position. So with some quick math here, I think Craycraft would be the only one potentially that could catch Hayward for second, but he would need a monster score.
Well, he got great elevation there. Just don't know that he finished as well as he'd hoped.
We wait for Gilbert's score.
Yeah, he got a couple. He got a 0 on one of them.
12 even. Next up is Dinkle, 2.2. On the DD here, 2.2. Dinkle taking his time. Strong dive there from Dinkle. to score a 34.10. Next up is Craycraft. Craycraft coming into this dive, he's got 337.70 points. To get into the top 3, he's going to need about a 40 points here.
Yeah, he's going to have a really good one. That's going to be close.
Degree of difficulty on that dive was 2.1. And his point total, as we await the judges' score, a 39.90. Squeaks him into the top 3.
Yeah, you knew it was going to be close.
Last dive here of the evening is Wheatley. And Wheatley's score, as we wait for the judges, a 13.50. So your final standings are your top 3. Anyway, Gage Creech from Franklin College is your 3-meter diving champion. 510.15 is his final total. Hayward from Anderson with a nice comeback, 398.65 his total. And then Garrett Craycraft from Transylvania finishing in third, 377.60.
Well, Creech had, 3 dives, 60 plus? I think he got 180 of his points right there in those 3 dives, and they were probably the best 3 dives that we had seen all night.
So Gage Creech, your men's 3-meter diving champion here at the 2023 HCAC Swimming and Diving Championships, and we've got 2 events that are going to be left here. We've got the women's 400-yard freestyle relay and the men's 400-yard freestyle relay, a couple of heats in each of them. So we'll have 2 heats on the women's side and 3 heats actually on the men's side. Now the points are, this is the biggest key in this meet here, Troy, is that the points for relays are such a big factor, especially with multiple teams from schools. So if you look at like Rose-Hulman and the women's, they've got 4 different teams that are going to be competing in this relay. So they've got 4 opportunities to score major points for them. And then you look at the men, kind of the same thing. Rose-Hulman's they've got 8 teams that are going to be competing between the 3 different heats. So just multiple opportunities for points to be scored.
Yeah, that'll be big, especially depending on where you're looking at in the standings here as we come down to the last 2 events. But again, as you said earlier in the broadcast, that was big. It's not necessarily always finishing in first place, but how many finishers you have.
So we'll get set. There'll be 2 heats here in the women's 400 freestyle relay, and heat number 1, starting in lane 2, will be Rose-Hulman. In lane 3, Transylvania. Lane 4, Manchester. Lane 5, Franklin. Lane 6, Rose-Hulman. Lane 7, Anderson. And in lane 8, Rose-Hulman. So it'll be Rose-Hulman's B team in lane 6, the Rose-Hulman C team in lane number 2, and the Rose-Hulman D team in lane 8. In the second heat, or if you would say the championship heat, there'll be A teams for all of the teams competing.
Now this Franklin B team seed time of 4, which is about 8 seconds ahead of Rose-Hulman. So we think if everything goes according to plan, it'll be Franklin the team to beat. But again, when you talk about Rose having 3 different teams in this one, and they can finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they really start to pile up some more points.
Teams are lined up behind the block, ready to go.
Now I'm going to assume, too, that a lot of these, or maybe a few of these swimmers have already swam in other events, so they've had to wait for the diving to get over with, and now come back, get ready for the relay, which is sometimes a little bit different than when you're swimming on your own. So
it's always nice to finish an event with a big relay like this. Gets the crowd excited, get your teammates excited.
And we're going to see some really fast times, I would imagine, in the heat number 2 finals, because you've got some teams there that really did well in their seed time, especially when you think about Transylvania and their A team. They were just ahead of Franklin. They were the 2 dominant teams earlier.
Just to note, the HCAC meet record in this event is 3:31.12. Fastest time in the prelims or the seed time was Transylvania's A team, who swam a 3:37.33.
A gift card was found out in the hallway. If anyone has lost a gift card, if you can come down here and identify it, tell me what it's for.
You know, we try to go get that gift card if you want to. They announce it's lost. We could just guess where it's from, and maybe we'll get us a gift card.
I mean, I think the easiest guess has got to be Starbucks, right? Isn't that what everyone gives everyone these days?
You would think
Starbucks
so.
Gift card?
Well, maybe our producer Ben can go find out.
Yeah, Ben, get on that, please.
I'm sure he's probably happy after that big IU win tonight. I'm sure you're happy too.
It's going to be a nice ride home after this.
Yeah.
All right,
swimmers
I'm sorry,
you won't have to hear me talk about Michigan all the way home.
Swimmers on the block. We get set for the first of 2 finals here in the 400 free relay on the women's side. Reminder, Rose-Hulman C is in lane 2, Transylvania B in 3, Manchester B in 4, Franklin B in 5, Rose-Hulman B in lane 6. Lane 7 is Anderson and their B team, and then in lane 8 is the D team for Rose-Hulman.
Well, anytime you run a relay, it just can be sometimes a crapshoot depending on where you're at. You got your strong swimmer at the front, and at number 4, do you have it at 2 and 3, so you're strong in the middle. Coaches, I'm sure, have some kind of a technique that they're looking for here.
Transylvania is out strong in lane number 3 right now. But you're right, some of that too, Troy, is based on like coaching strategy, right? Like you start off, you want to get out to a fast start. Do you want to have an anchor? You don't want to get too far behind, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot that plays into it, and then you got to figure out your splits and everything.
Yeah,
it's science. Swimming is a lot of science.
Oh, I know, and that's why I was bad at science.
Yeah, well above my pay grade, above my my mental capacity in a lot of instances.
You got that right. I might have to sit down and figure some of that out. That'd be, if you had a calculator, I'd be okay, but don't ask me to do it on my own.
I was going to say, I don't have enough fingers and toes to figure this stuff out.
No. I'm not sure if I would want, I want a fast start, because I always like a good start. If I can have 2 solid swimmers at 2 and 3 and then have a really, really good anchor at 4, I think that might be the way I'd go. Put my best at the first and at the end.
Still in lane 3, the leaders are from Transylvania.
Well, at this stage right now, I don't think we're going to see any times they're going to be broken right here. That might happen, though, when we get to the second heat. And even then, Transylvania is going to have to really be strong to even come close to the HCAC record. Really good news for us is nobody's standing in front of us anymore.
We can see the splits.
Yeah.
We'll get you updated on the team scores after this event. Still Transylvania out front in lane 3. Manchester in 4 right behind them. We'll watch the times here. And first to the wall is Transylvania, 3:51.46. Franklin B finishes in second, 3:52.99. Third place goes to Rose-Hulman B. Fourth place to Manchester B. Fifth place goes to Rose-Hulman C. So finals, Manchester first, second place Transylvania, third place Franklin, fourth place Anderson. Fifth place goes to Rose-Hulman, sixth place goes to Hanover, seventh to Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, it was a strong run there by Transylvania in the first heat finals. Franklin just coming up a little bit short, but again, Transylvania able to swim very well. And I would expect the same thing here in the second heat as well.
Freestyle relay.
So we wait for the athletes to march in. There's a good view of them there on the pool deck. We'll see what tunes the Transylvania relay team selected as the best seed time. As I mentioned, 3:37.33 was their seed time.
You get a vote on that? Is that how that works? If you got a relay team that...
I mean, I think you would have to come to some sort of consistency, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
I mean, a nice jam, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to like this. Little LL Cool J. We're looking at, early to mid-90s right here. I mean, a little before my prime, but right in my wheelhouse.
Well, it's good to know your music history, that's for sure. You never know when it might come in handy.
Hey, I still think it's very cool to see the other student athletes make the kind of the parade, the wall over there to cheer on the athletes as they get ready.
Yep. Well, today, again, you're talking about 4 days. It's going to finish here and very soon. I think, it's a big deal. And for some of them, it'll be the last time they'll make that walk. So, great memory.
Here's our lane assignments here for the final of the women's 400 freestyle relay. Manchester will be in lane 3. Anderson in lane 4. In lane number 5 will be Transylvania. Lane 6, Franklin. Lane 7, Rose-Hulman, and in lane 8, Hanover. As I mentioned, 3:37.33 was the best seed time. That's Transylvania in lane 5. Meet record for this, 3:31.12.
Well, you have to be very strong here, but again, Transylvania, probably the team to beat right here. We just saw their B team win in the first heat, so I wouldn't be surprised if, again, they'll win this one. But again, the Franklin will be right there. I think those are your two to watch.
In lane 6 for Franklin, Kennedy Mentor, Reagan Natalia Pumpers, Lauren Meyer, Therese Jagger, Kate Stalker. And in lane 8 from Hanover, Elena Simmons, Mackenzie Plummer, Amelia Austin, and Elise Anderson. This is your championship final of the women's 400-yard freestyle.
Championship final coming up. Swimmers are in. Reminder, Manchester in 3, Anderson 4, Transylvania 5, Franklin 6, Rose-Hulman 7, Hanover in lane 8. Transylvania out strong. Franklin right next to him. Then Rose-Hulman. That's your top 3.
Yeah, Transylvania, as you would expect. As you said, Franklin right there, but as strong as Transylvania is, you got to keep them within striking distance if you're Franklin.
4 seconds separated those two teams in the seed times.
A lot of people may not think 4 seconds is that big of a deal, but when you're talking about this type of competition, 4 seconds can make a huge difference.
So Transylvania first to the wall, second swimmer's in.
See, and you can see now they're starting to get some distance.
Spreading out their lead.
See, and that puts a little more pressure then when you're thinking about Franklin. In their last 2 swimmers, they've really got to be strong then to make up ground, and sometimes that's just not an easy thing to do. You're talking about, what, 2 body lengths now, right?
And then you mentioned 4 seconds. That distance right there might not even be 4 total seconds, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Get set for the third leg here. Transylvania still out front. Does Franklin have a close in them in their final 2 swimmers?
Well, if they do, and I'm sure they do, they're going to have to really be strong now. You see that lead getting a little bit. In fact, it's been pretty consistent right now. Strong turn again. See, I think that lead got a little bit larger, too.
Franklin trying to close a little bit here.
Yeah.
They might make this interesting. We go to the 4th and final. Here's the anchor leg. Transylvania still with the lead. Franklin about a half a body length behind.
Yeah, Grizzlies are coming, aren't they?
75 yards to go.
Uh-oh.
Franklin is charging, and they may have the lead here. We are neck and neck. 50 to go.
I think they have the lead.
Now it's Guts. Who's got the guts to take it home? Franklin with a slight edge. It's Transylvania and Franklin. Franklin and Transylvania. Franklin with the lead. Can Transylvania come back? Who's going to get to the wall first? It's going to be Franklin.
Wow.
3:35.65. Transylvania second. 3:36.33. What a race.
What an anchor. You just see it steadily coming and coming there for Franklin, and I don't know if she could hear the crowd or not, but they were really getting into it. That was a heck of a race there for Franklin, because it looked like we were about 2 body lengths down at one point, and it didn't look like there was going to be a chance, but they never gave up on that one. That was impressive.
So we'll run through the finals here. Franklin victorious, 3:35.65, their team time. Transylvania second, Rose-Hulman third, Anderson fourth, Manchester fifth, and Hanover 6th. What a race.
Oh, boy, impressive there.
And you nailed it, Troy. That anchor leg, very impressive.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. I mean, you have such a strong swimmer at number 4 like that, and everybody's thinking, well, Transylvania's probably got this one, but you just see it slowly chipping away. That was really, really impressive.
Up next, we'll have 3 heats here in the men's 400 freestyle relay. In heat number 1, it'll be Rose-Hulman in lane 4, Anderson in lane 5, Rose-Hulman in lane 6, and Transylvania in lane 7.
Well, here's where, as you said earlier, where Rose-Hulman is going to have a huge advantage with so many different teams involved in all 3 of these heats. And really, when you think about that, in heat 2, you end up with 5 of the 8.
Take a look at our team scores here quickly. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman 858 points there in first. Franklin second, 663. They're pretty much secured in those positions. Transylvania in third. A nice swim today for Transylvania, and they've really boosted their totals. On the women's side, Franklin leads the way, 769 points. Transylvania in second, Rose-Hulman in third. That's where we stand on the team side.
Yeah, they're going to be the champions again this year, and they're just going to add that total here strong here at the end. Franklin is going to finish in second place. Everything's pretty much set when you consider the place we're in this meet, that the team standings aren't going to change a whole lot here at the end. I think if we do this again, young man over here with the purple hair, we need to do something like that. We need to spice this broadcast up a little bit.
Well, I think the HCAC colors are, blue, green, and gray. Maybe get like kind of a 3-way look.
There you go.
3 different colors in there, some sort of design.
Yeah.
Maybe.
In the middle could be kind of like the Mohawk look. Yeah.
Maybe do something, like Dennis Rodman, late 90s,
There
get
you
a little
go.
design in there.
I like that a lot.
I mean, I'm open to all possibilities here,
we got a lot of time to talk about it. So.
Swimming in lane 5 from Anderson, Stoltz, Crawford, Lang, and Stanley. In lane 6 from Rose, Anderson, Nutter, Walter, and Kenyon.
So we've got swimmers in lane 4, 5, and 6. So it looks like it's just Rose-Hulman, Anderson, and Rose-Hulman. Pardon me. So we've got Anderson in lane 5, Rose-Hulman in lane 6, and Transylvania in lane 7.
Transylvania, you can see right there, got off to a great start. They're going to be strong in this one, and they built a very, very big lead. This isn't really a matter if they're going to win, but how much are they going to win by? Did you bring us Chick-fil-A or anything? Or yeah, kind of figured we missed out on the meal, didn't we?
Transylvania with a huge lead here in the first of 3 heats, the 400 freestyle relay.
So Ben's just telling me we're going to get cold pizza afterwards. I mean, what is this? Is there a microwave in there? Can you heat it up?
Well, just as long as Ben is taken care of, you know.
So, well, I'm glad he's eating healthy, though. Like a bag of potato chips.
Transylvania way out front.
Yeah, as they say, this is all academic right here, so we'll just wait for the finish. And I'm curious when we get to Heat 2 with all those teams from Rose-Hulman. I'm sure it's fun to compete against your teammates, but they're going to build up a lot of points in that second heat.
Good shot there when you see on the far end of the pools the teammates standing there, encouraging their other teammates as they swim in this relay.
Well, I'm sure in a relay like this, when you're behind and you know there's really not much of a chance that you're going to catch up, you're just basically on your own now. You're just trying to get the best time you possibly can. If you're one of the younger swimmers, you're just trying to build for the future here.
Transylvania with a 3:20.73 to win that heat. Second place goes to Rose-Hulman. Third place to Anderson.
Well, if you look at the seed times, which will be coming up here in the second heat, and there was a couple of very, very competitive seed times compared to the Heat 3, the A team in there, because there's some really strong swimmers we're going to see right here.
Lane assignments here in the second heat. Rose-Hulman is in lane 2, Rose-Hulman in lane 3. Franklin B is in lane 4. Rose-Hulman B in lane 5. Rose-Hulman F in lane 6. Rose-Hulman C in lane 7. And Manchester B in lane 8.
Well, to give you an idea, this Rose-Hulman B, and that seed time at 3:12, that's actually better than all but one in the next heat. So that just shows you how strong that their team is right now, because you can put your B team out there and have a 3:12.06.
They have the early lead right now. And now after the change of the second leg, a much larger lead now for Rose-Hulman B.
Well, they got a good lead early. And number 2 is very strong as well. And here's where you talk about the consistency. Just continue to build on the lead, so then when you get to the anchor, you really can make it much easier on the anchor and let that person just swim strong. Because this is going to be big right here.
So we'll watch the times. Rose-Hulman with a sizable lead. Second place, a battle, however, right now between Franklin and Rose-Hulman F.
Yeah, this will be another one of those where it's not a matter of who's going to win at this point, but how much, and then who's going to battle out for second and third. Yeah, Ben had made a good point there. One of the swimmers doing the breaststroke, so apparently something that he wants to work on here, huh?
So lane 5, Rose-Hulman still out in front. Lane 4 is Franklin trying to close the gap a little bit.
Boy, you can just see how the depth of this Rose-Hulman team really shows here.
We'll watch what their time is as they come in to close this one out. 3:10:19.
Yeah, so they ended up beating their seed time earlier.
Franklin B finishes second. Rose-Hulman F finishes third. Rose-Hulman C finishes fourth. Manchester B finishes fifth. Rose-Hulman D finishes sixth. And Rose-Hulman G will finish in seventh.
Still built up a lot more points.
I think the entire Rose-Hulman G team, if I'm not mistaken, they might have all done the breaststroke.
I think they did. We're pretty sure at least the last two did. They're watching the finish there.
So now we get set for our final heat of the night here at the 2023 HCAC Swim and Dive Championships. It's going to be the final of the men's 400 freestyle relay. Manchester A will be in lane number 3. Transylvania will be in 4. Rose-Hulman will be in lane 5. Franklin in lane 6. Anderson in lane 7. Rose-Hulman in lane 5. The fastest seed time, 3:06:36. Meet record is a 3:02:74.
Yeah, they're not too far away from that. And, of course, that was set last year by Rose.
And I don't know if you hear that there, Troy, but this team, this Rose-Hulman team that selected the music, they feel the need
for
speed, all right? Got a little Kenny Loggins, a little Top Gun.
You know, I don't mind remakes too much, but you can't remake Top Gun. Come on. Boy, not only did they get a line to go through on each side, they got a following. Look, they're following them down there.
It's like watching the Beatles arrive.
Isn't it? Well, Rose-Hulman is, again, going to be the favorite here. You mentioned the seed time earlier, and really nobody else close to them coming in. So Manchester, Transy, Franklin, Anderson, they're really going to have to swim very, very strong. Maybe the best race they've had all year in order to beat Rose-Hulman.
From Manchester, Parker York, Michael DeBartolo, Logan Davis, Hong Tran. In lane 4 from Transylvania, Jacob Young, Aiden Rock, Cole Brennock, and Isaiah Perkins. In lane 5 from Rose-Hulman, Monique Renata, Nick Edwards, Christian Cesario, and Ryan Nicollet. In lane 6 from Franklin, Logan Parker, Jack Berkey, Campbell Coyle, and Vincent Fletcher. And in lane 7 from Anderson, Ben Hall, Ruben Edwards, Michael Collins, and Noah Singleton. This is the championship
I think if you're going to get Rose here, I think you got to get them early. I think you got to put them in a position where
they got to go.
Yeah, when you get to 3 and 4, they're going to have to go a lot faster than they hoped they did. So this start's going to be big in the first 2. With the anticipation waiting for the horn to sound so you can get started, and there you see him right there in the middle.
Rose-Hulman out strong early, as is Franklin.
Boy, you know, we talked about it earlier when you have the long races, how you have to kind of pace yourself. Not in this. This is like running the 400 in track and field. I mean, you got to really get around quickly.
So it's Rose-Hulman in the lead in lane number 5. Franklin swimming in second in lane 6. Anderson down in lane 7 swimming in third. Second swimmer in for Rose.
Yeah, that lead was big. Right, because that happened on the second turn where they got that lead.
Reminder, 3:02.74, the meet record that Rose-Hulman set last year.
I'm not going to make the mistake of saying again like I did in the women's race, hey, that's a big lead. They're probably pretty safe, huh? Boy, but after 4 days, it's down to this, huh?
Third swimmer coming in. Also, Franklin closing the lead just a little bit there.
Yeah, question is, was it enough on that turn, huh?
So Rose still with the advantage. About 2 body lengths right now.
Well, trying to make a move.
Trying to close a little bit, and they have. Anchor swims coming. Can Franklin do it again and come from behind?
Solid turn.
It's about a body length lead right now for Rose-Hulman. Franklin trying to close the gap.
Now you got to make the move.
Here they go. Can they hunt him down? What's the time going to be? This is going to be tight. It's going to be Rose-Hulman to the wall first. 3:04.41. Franklin in second. 3:05.45.
Well, it wasn't that far off the meet record, but I think what pushed Rose-Hulman even further is how Franklin was starting to close the gap there at the end.
So Rose-Hulman finishes first. Franklin in second. Anderson in third. Transylvania in fourth. And Manchester finishes fifth. 3:04.41, your championship time in the men's 400 free relay.
Well, that certainly was fun to watch. There for a minute, I thought maybe we were going to see another come from behind finish. They had a little longer pool, they might have made it, huh?
So coming up, it'll be just a moment. We'll have our awards for tonight. They'll hand out the awards for the men's 3-meter diving, the men's and women's 400 free relay. They will also have awards for swimmer of the meet, diver of the meet, newcomer of the meet, and coach of the year, including, on top of that, I guess I should say, the team championship awards as well.
They still haven't found that gift card. I think we need to get moving, Ben, quickly.
Immediately following the diving awards, we'll be doing the awards for both the men's and women's 400-yard freestyle relays. So please make your way down to this end of the pool, please.
So we wait first the award ceremony for the men's 3-meter diving.
As soon as we're done tallying everything and get done with the 2 awards presentations, we'll do the team awards and all the year-end stuff. So Transylvania, Ballard Wheatley.
Ballard Wheatley there, 7th place with in the men's 3-meter diving.
Finishing in 6th from Franklin, Cameron Gilbreth.
In 6th place, Cameron Gilbreth from Franklin.
Finishing in 5th from Rose, John Dinkle.
5th place, John Dinkle, sophomore from Rose-Hulman.
Finishing 4th from Franklin, Cameron Baker.
4th place from Franklin, Cameron Baker.
Finishing 3rd from Transylvania, Garrett Craycraft.
3rd place from Transylvania, Garrett Craycraft.
Finishing 2nd from Anderson, Matthew Hayward.
2nd place, junior from Anderson University, Matthew Hayward. And your men's 3-meter diving champion, Gage Creech from Franklin College.
2023 HCAC swimming and diving champion of the men's 3-meter diving with a final score of 510.15 from Franklin College, Gage Creech. Again, if you didn't hear me before, a gift card was found in the hallway. If anybody can come down here and identify it, tell me where it's for and how much it is, we'll give it back to you.
Up next, they'll give out the awards for the men's and women's 400 free relay. They'll start on the women's side.
Finishing in 6th from Hanover, the team of Simmons, Plummer, Austin, and Anderson.
The team from Hanover coming in 6th.
Finishing 5th, the team from Manchester, the team of Everling.
Manchester, 5th place.
We will be doing the men's 400 free relay right after this, so please make your way down here. We got a lot of stuff to do yet. Finishing 4th from Anderson, the team of Hop, Shane, Carm, and Hunter.
4th place, Anderson.
Finishing 3rd, the team from Rose-Hulman, Natalia Pumpers, Lauren Myers.
Rose-Hulman, 3rd place finish.
Finishing 2nd from Transylvania, the team of Sammy Monarch, Hannah Tapp.
Transylvania, 2nd place finish.
And your champions of the 2023 HCAC.
And 2023 HCAC 400 free relay champs, Franklin Grizzlies, 3:35.65 their time. Picture time there.
And now for the men. Award ceremony for the men's 400-yard freestyle relay.
Men's 400 free relay awards now set to be passed out.
Finishing in fifth from Manchester, York, DeBartolo, Davis, and Tran.
The team from Manchester, 5th place.
Finishing fourth from Transylvania, Young, Brock, Brennan, and
Transylvania's team placing 4th.
Finishing in third from Anderson, Van Hall, Luke and Edwards.
3rd place, the team from Anderson.
Finishing second from Franklin College, Logan Parker, Jack Berkey.
Franklin Grizzlies placing 2nd place. And your champs for 2023, the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. 3:04:41 was their team time.
The team of Renee Granada, Nick Edwards, Christian Cesare, and Ryan Nicollet. And before I get on with the year-end awards and the champions trophies, again, I want to thank the HCAC, the Aquatic Center, all the volunteers, the officials, and everyone for all your participation, especially you fans and athletes. Several awards to give away here. These are the end of the year awards. So if everybody could listen up.
Set now to announce some end of year awards, including.
We're going to start with Newcomer of the Year on the women's side.
This will be Newcomer of the Year.
On the women's side from Franklin College, Julian Antle. Now on the men's side, the Newcomer of the Year for the men from Transylvania, Cole Brennan. Now for the Diver of the Year for the women. This year's Diver of the Year from Franklin College, Faith Jackson. And on the men's side, Diver of the Year for the men from Franklin College, Gage Creech. Now swimmer of the meet on the women's side. This year's swimmer of the meet is from Franklin College, Samantha Phillips.
Listening to you guys are watching, and she hasn't stopped
And
yet.
on the men's side, the
Amazing.
swimmer of the meet for the men from Rose-Hulman, Beneath Granada.
Do you know how to spell his first name? Do you know how to spell his first name?
I don't think I've ever seen him without a smile on his face. All right, now for Coach of the Year on the women's side, from Franklin, Andy Hendricks. And on the men's side, Coach of the Year for the men, Andy Hendricks.
I believe after the team award, whoever wins are good to wrap it up. So
All right, I'm going to have to hurry this along. My voice is about done. The 2023 HCAC Women's Swimming and Diving Team Champions is Franklin College.
I gave it to Coach Doolin.
And on the men's side, the 2023 HCAC Men's Swimming and Diving Team Champions, Rose-Hulman. I still have that gift card, folks.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the award ceremony here at the 2023 HCAC Men's and Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. A big night for Franklin College. Faith Jackson and Gage Creech were both named Divers of the Year. Coach Hendricks, both the men's and the women's Coach of the Year. The women's team takes home the conference championship. On the men's side, it was the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers that took away the title here tonight. An unbelievable night of swimming, an unbelievable week of swimming here at the Aquatic Center in Vigo County in Indiana in Terre Haute. 4 individual records went down while we were here. We saw some great relay swims as well. Gage Creech puts on a spectacular performance in the men's 3-meter diving, and that'll do it for us. A special thank you to the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference. A big shout out to Jay Jones, the commissioner, Stacy Ledoux, the assistant commissioner. Shout out to our crew here for IndianaSRN and for my partner here today, Troy Darengowski. I'm Thad Van Devener. Thank you for joining us here on IndianaSRN.